Go live here. Are we live? Great. Good morning, everyone. Call the meeting to order. It's 8 o'clock. Bill, can you hear us there?
Yep.
All right. Perfect. I believe hope everybody had a good night. I'd like to thank Idaho State and President Satterley for hosting us at dinner last night. That was a nice event. Nice to see everybody and have a little social time after 18 months of living in my den. Our first order of business is that we have an open session. We have one guest today, Mr. James Wilson. James, can you hear me? We can't hear you. Can you? You may be on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. So welcome,
awesome.
sir.
Thank you.
Welcome. You are in front of the Idaho State Board of Education, and we appreciate your participation this morning, and we're interested in what you have to say. So we'll yield the floor to you for 3 minutes, sir.
God bless all of you, and thank you very much for your time. I am James Wilson. I hold credentials in language arts, social science, and reading specialization, and my master's is in curriculum development. I serve on the Lieutenant Governor's Education Task Force, although, as I said on my application, I represent myself alone. I speak to the board's proposed policy on diversity, educational equity, and inclusion, which is, I think we all know, just a call sign for critical race theory. I read in your proposal that you want to respond to unfounded allegations of indoctrination in Idaho's four-year institutions, yet you explicitly state that your policy intends to, and I'm quoting, promote and advance the principles of diversity, educational equity, and inclusion, close quote, as necessary components of, among other things, critical thinking. Critical thinking is analysis of data and application of analysis to arrive at creative and synthetic conclusions. Critical theory of all kinds is meant to shoehorn thinking into predetermined groupthink conclusion, and that is the antithesis of critical thinking. If you read the writings of, for example, Ibram Kendi, you know this, and you know that some primary tenets of CRT are that all people are either oppressed or oppressors. There's no identity outside of group identity, no way to cross from one group to another, nor to resolve the perpetual warfare between groups. The only remedy for discrimination, according to CRT, is more discrimination. Now, the task force on which I serve has gathered literally hundreds of pages of firsthand testimony. And one example is the requirement for teacher certification in Idaho of a course in social justice, a concept that embodies all of the above without limiting itself to race. Now, if we limit ourselves to teaching about racism, that's a good thing. Americans need to know the good and the bad and the ugly about our history. But CRT conditions as opposed to teaching. As one of my colleagues observed, it's not a theory taught so much as practiced with little toleration of dissent. It's objectionable not because it is offensive, but because it is false. Take the 1619 Project. It asserts the American Revolution was fought to preserve slavery from a British crown threatening to abolish it. In fact, the revolution was structured to isolate slave states from free and lay the groundwork for abolition. Several colonies declared themselves free states before war's end, and the Northwest Ordinance of 1787 prohibited slavery in what would become 6 new states before in the next few years, causing free states to outnumber slave states. Great Britain showed no interest whatever in abolition for another 60 years, and it was actually the U.S. that first abolished its international slave trade, about 20 years before Britain did it. The so-called 3/5 clause was inserted into the Constitution for the sole purpose of preventing slave states from a majority in the House of Representatives and thereby perpetuating slavery, contrary to 1619's claim that it was about demeaning black people. 1619 capitalism was invented in order to preserve slavery, when in fact the abolitionist movement was staffed by venture capitalists from the beginning. These capitalist leaders were subject to terrorist attacks by slave owners, and Southern publications fulminated against the capitalists as the enemies of slavery that they were. As I said, it's not about offense, it's about falsehood. American students deserve a truthful education about the good, the bad, and the ugly, and these facts are no more debatable than your phone number or mine. The truth is just too well documented. If I had more than 3 minutes, I could easily analyze your proposed policy chapter and verse, and would love to do so maybe on another time. As things stand, I thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. As I would appreciate your input. As I mentioned earlier in our meeting yesterday, we delayed the second reading of our diversity, educational equity, inclusion policy for the purpose of getting more public input. So we appreciate your comments today, and as I've also said publicly earlier, this board and I am watching the Lieutenant Governor's task force, and we understand that you're meeting later this afternoon, and we're keeping a close eye on what you all are working on, and we look forward to seeing whatever recommendations come out of that work. So appreciate your time today, and we will now continue with our agenda. So thank you.
Thank you, and again, may God bless you. I'll be leaving the meeting then. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe our next agenda item is we move to the PPGA committee, usually the shortest part of our agenda, Dr. Clark. So I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, and you can see we have a missive today. So we do have a number of very important items on the PPGA agenda. The first one that we would consider this morning is comes out of the need that the board has determined for our institutions to be able to act more swiftly in cases like pandemic. So what you have before you is the first reading of a policy that would delegate authority to the board's executive director and to the institutions to make take quick action in those kinds of situations. So if there are questions, we can certainly ask them. Perhaps, Matt, did you want to speak to this at all?
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Jennifer has worked very closely with the general counsel at the institutions, and as we've tried to problem solve this. The scenario that's presented before you in this agenda item is for to delegate authority to me for closing of an institution or of its buildings or campuses, or to limit programs or activities, and then delegating to the presidents any other measures to prevent spread of contagious or infectious diseases. And I know there was some debate among the general counsel as to whether all of that should be delegated to the presidents or to me, or to split up like that. I don't know if you're interested in hearing from the presidents on this topic, or if you want to just move forward with first reading as it is.
Are there questions from the board members? You wish to have more information from the presidents? This is a first reading, so it will come back again. All right, seeing none, Mr. President, I'll go to motion if that's all right. I move to approve the first reading of proposed amendments to Board Policy Section 1E, Executive Officers, as submitted in Attachment 1. And I move to delegate authority to the board's executive director to, upon request from an institution in situations requiring immediate action, close an institution or any of its buildings or campuses, or to limit its programs or activities if needed to prevent the spread of contagious or infectious disease. Any such action taken shall be considered by the board at its next meeting. And I move to delegate authority to the institution presidents to implement measures required to prevent the spread of contagious or infectious disease. Any such actions taken shall be considered by the board at its next meeting.
I'll second.
Thank you, Sean. So first and a second, any discussion of the motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Matt.
Board members, that the last sentence of those two delegations of authority, any such action taken shall be considered by the board at its next meeting. That means it doesn't require the boards to ratify this decision. They could, or they could decide they want to reverse that decision. We tried to keep it open. It's intentionally kept open so the board can handle that however they want.
Matt, do we need to ratify the actions that have already been taken? Is that then set on the agenda, or is that?
I would yield to Jennifer or Tracy for that.
Not necessarily, because there wasn't a requirement already that you do ratify those actions that have already been taken by the institution presidents. This would just, moving forward, they would have to be ratified.
So the actions are in place, and
Yeah.
We make this move, and then go moving forward, we ratify any additional. I got it. If any further questions?
Well, just simply a comment. It seems sensible. It gives the authority to act closest to where the problem lies, but in the most severe circumstance, raises it to an appropriate level. So I'm fully in support of this.
Bill, did you have a comment? I thought I saw your hand go up.
No, nope.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion passes. Dr. Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, we have 3 items with regard to career technical education, and I'm going to let Tracy walk us through these items.
Tracy?
Thank you, Mr. President and Madam Chair. The first item is an amendment to Board Policy 4E regarding the Division of Career Technical Education. And this section of policy includes all of CTE's endorsements that go with their CTE teacher certificates. So the amendments that you will see in this very long section of policy make some technical corrections to existing endorsements, and then add language grandfathering in networking and computer support and programming and web design, which were previous endorsements that should have been grandfathered in when the list that you see, tab 3, attachment 1, page 16. And then it adds in, just following that, the degree-based endorsement. So previously those were split out, and you have occupational and then you have degree-based. And Clay Long, the state administrator, and his staff are also online if you have specific questions around those endorsements and the processes they go through, working with industry and their advisory councils to update any of those requirements.
Mr. President, I would just, summarize, this is really about alignment, making and consistency. I think it's very important piece.
Maybe Clay could just speak briefly about how the industry, how he gets the industry feedback, because obviously alignment with the workplace is pretty important here.
Good morning, Mr. President. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, it's fine.
Thanks. All of our endorsements align to our program standards, which are set by industry as we go through our industry and our standard setting process. So these endorsements are then reviewed in alignment to those program standards, and that's how we identify an occupational route certification.
Great, thank you. Chairman Clark, would you like the board to have opportunity to ask questions on each of these? Or do you want to go through all 3 and then?
However you prefer to do it.
Why don't we go through all 3 and then we'll open it up for questions that work? All 3 CTE.
You don't want me to do the motions individually?
Oh, maybe we have to do it, yeah. Okay, we have to do it that way. Okay, any questions? Yeah, okay, perfect, okay, fine. So why don't you go to motion?
I move to approve the first reading of Board Policy 4E, Division of Career Technical Education as provided in attachment 1.
Second the motion.
Thanks, Dave. Any discussion or questions on the motion?
I have a question.
Yeah, Dave.
I know that, I don't know when maybe it was a year, maybe it was 10 years ago, or in a time warp, but recently we talked about making sure that the requirements, the hour requirements for folks coming from industry into education, we were very much out of sync with anybody regionally. We haven't adjusted that in a different way to put us, I think we got closer to where we wanted to be. Is that still the case?
Clay, did you hear the question?
I did. That is correct. So 2 years ago during the legislative session, Senator Lent championed the bill reducing those hours from 12,000 to 6,000 hours, or a combination thereof between a degree or those hours or an industry certification.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
And
we're
does
still
that
there.
put us more closely in sync with our surrounding states? That was part of the issue that.
It does, and it adds the route for industry certification, which we had heard as feedback, that if an individual had that certification, that should qualify them to be an educator within that program area.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions or discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Mr. President, the next item is updating of the post-secondary credentialing manual, which you have in your packet. Do you want to add anything to this, Tracy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, Madam Chair. What I would add, in addition to the manual, is just that what we will be doing moving forward is taking a deeper look at how the section of policy regarding CTE is structured and come back with an incorporation of this and the next item into that section of policy. So the action on the post-secondary educator credentialing manual and the workplace readiness standards that you'll be considering today, later will come back in a way in that policy, but approval today at least has that board approval in the meantime while we work on how to restructure that section.
Can I ask a question either before or after the motion? I think more of Clay than anybody else. Clay, just give me in 2 minutes or less a picture of where you're taking CTE. I mean, are we lowering the barriers of entry for teaching, aligning it with, give me the bigger picture where all this fits together.
Sure, Mr. President, Board Member Hill. We are working through taking what we've been doing in practice and putting it in board policy. So this is stuff that's been going on and being used, and that was an intention to not reduce the qualifications of our instructors, but to better articulate those standards and expectations. This is a component. The post-secondary credentialing manual has been something that's been an internal document that we've been using, but we finished going through that process with the Technical College Leadership Council, and this is the work of that we just want to have recognized for transparency within board policy.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Clay.
And I would just add, I really support the notion of moving these things to policy, so that it is consistent. We have a policy, everyone knows what it is, and it's not however folks decide they want to administer. Ready for motion?
Yes.
I move to approve the Idaho Post-Secondary Credentialing Manual as provided in attachment 1.
Second.
Thank you, Debbie. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next item is the one that Tracy referred to, approving the revisions to the workplace skills for career readiness standards, which you have. Do you want to add anything to that, Clay?
I don't have anything more, just a real quick that these were originally adopted in 2016 and the standards have just been updated since then. So this is just making that change and having those standards used for this coming school year if the board approves them.
Are there any questions or comments?
It was pretty significant. You go ahead, Dave.
Just one comment, and I'm pleased to see this. Back when we did the workforce task force, we had a room full of employers, and the one thing I heard over and over again is we'd actually just like people to turn up to work and be ready to work.
The soft skills.
Yeah. So this is more important than it might seem to be.
So then how do these, this question, Dr. Clark, how do these actually then play out in our schools? I mean, how do I think, I mean, do we assess students against these, or, I mean, how does it get implemented? That's my question.
So these standards complement our program standards, with the technical side being program and then those professional skills being within the workplace readiness standards. All of our concentrators are required to take the workplace readiness assessment, and that measures directly aligned to these standards.
Okay. Within the CTE courses. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
This is just applicable for, these standards are just applicable for our CTE programs.
Okay, thank you.
And probably need to be in the broader world as well.
Okay,
Ready for motion?
I have a question.
yeah, Matt?
Clay, this is Matt. So for these, that technical assessment that you referenced, I mean, do we see that we as in the board see global scores, similar to like ISAT or IRI? So we have a sense of how our workplace readiness is what that's looking like at our schools?
Yes, these results are within our performance measures, and it's also information that we cover both in our annual update and our annual report.
Thank you.
Motion.
Madam Chair?
I move to approve the revisions to the workplace skills for career readiness standards as submitted in attachment 1.
Second motion.
Thanks, Dave. Any further discussion of the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Dr. Clark?
Thank you, Mr. President. We're now moving into item 6, which is the proposed legislative action items from the board. As you know, this is a process that takes place over time. I would, excuse me, I would point out this morning that we would be considering attachments 2 through 8. Idea number 9 is being held for further work. So with your permission, I'd like to ask Tracy to take us through.
Yes, please. Thank you. Tracy?
Thank you, Mr. President and Madam Chair. So I'll briefly summarize each of them, and if there's a desire to go deeper into the proposed language that is in your agenda material, just ask questions or stop me and we can do a deeper dive into any of these. I would note that for those that the board does approve, there'll still be additional work with legislators and stakeholders, but any significant changes. Okay.
Boom.
Thank you. Whatever was happening was resolved, so I appreciate it.
If any significant changes were to happen, then they'd come back to the board for reapproval. So the first one is a full-time or full-day kindergarten funding, and what this proposal would do would adjust the funding formula to allow for kindergarten to be paid for a full day if students attend for a full day. So they'd be treated the same as our other elementary school students. Currently, the funding formula caps their funding at a half day.
Is there any element of this where it's need-based, or is it, would this be open to any child?
This would be open-ended for all students that attend full-time kindergarten. And I use the term full-time because we do have some schools that do a full day, but it's not a full week. It'd be 2 or 3 days a week. And so there was early on some confusion around looking at those numbers. It's like, well, they do go a full day. It's just not a full calendar week for the school's calendar. So that's why we're using the term full-time.
I'm checking this just on call.
Of course.
So I'll just use this example so I understand the process. So the language in this particular item is pretty specific. It almost looks like legislation. So was that created by the state board office, or was it you in conjunction, or us in conjunction with legislative service, or how is this language created?
In this case, we did some work with the Department of Education and a few legislators this last session who were interested in moving forward legislation that would adjust the formula. So we just took that work, made some additional technical tweaks that were identified during that process. And so it is substantially the same as the legislation that was introduced during the last session.
It's probably important to note that this will look different among the school districts if it's fully implemented because of space issues, fiscal concerns, and districts will have to be creative. And if you think about doubling the number of kindergarten sessions you have, if everyone were to go full day. So it will take, I mean, it's very important. We must start it, and it will probably take us a little while as a system for it to be as pervasive as we want it to be because of those kinds of limitations. But the districts have been very creative in how they've tried to address the needs of the kids, so.
Well, given that, because I've heard some debate in the state among some legislatures that is it better to do it this way from a funding standpoint or just increase the literacy dollars, which I think would give districts more flexibility in how they implement. So I didn't know if that debate was still happening or sort of all the thinkers that kind of gravitated around that this is the approach.
I think this is a very important step to addressing our pipeline issue of readiness of getting it in the pipeline. Sure, Superintendent, you want to weigh in?
I agree, but I also just wonder why we didn't think about the at-risk students. I think there's a lot of support for offering it just to at-risk. To your point, why would we not just increase the literacy funds? Well, that's kind of what you would do if you just offered it to at-risk students. So I would like to see us maybe work on that component. Like you said, Linda, it's going to change probably as we move forward. I know there was a lot of support for that. And then to Linda's point about space, I think that might help solve a little bit of that. But then it'll come with a hefty price tag when you're offering it to everybody. So I think that makes it a little more palatable as we're talking to legislators. But I just, I think we need to really focus on the at-risk piece that, talking about the learning gap that we had, that we looked at yesterday. I really think this is one of the strategies to address that. The gap's just going to get bigger, so let's address it as they're coming in. But I think starting with our at-risk kids is really key there.
Hey, Kurt, I got a question.
Yeah, Bill.
How does this relate to, or I'm hearing that this was done in conjunction with the department and a bit with some legislators. How does this connect to the governor's priorities for the next legislative session as it relates to education, and what conversations have occurred there? And not, maybe not just this one, but all of these legislative proposals.
Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Board Member Gilbert. So we have also worked with and discussed with the governor's office staff and DFM all of these proposals. Normally, the way the process works is the board approves a legislative idea that's submitted to the governor through the Division of Financial Management, and then they'll okay or reject any of those legislative ideas. And the legislative ideas that they don't reject are the ones that then come forward at this board meeting for further discussion by the board. So this proposal in particular has been in line with the governor's office and the direction that so far that has been expressed to us that they'd like to go in those. We are having those same conversations with them. If a better ask would be to increase the literacy intervention dollars. That doesn't require legislation to do that. That would be done through the budgeting process. But because of the time that it takes to do legislation and pull folks together, we do have approval while they're still considering those options to move forward with developing this legislation if the board should approve for it to continue to move forward. So we're kind of at two tracks, but because of the timing for legislation itself, we can't stop this and wait until a decision is made on that side, and then try and pick up this legislation if the decision was to do it this way. One of the other issues with the kindergarten funding is that we're finding more and more is a access issue, a uniformity issue, as districts choose very different ways to try and provide full-time kindergarten. So with the literacy funding, it can only be used for those students that score a basic or below basic on the IRI. There's some title funding that can be used for low-income students that some schools do use to provide a full-time kindergarten for that group of students. And then other school districts are using local levies or grants or other funding sources to provide full-time kindergarten to students that don't fit in those categories. And so it's created this patchwork, if you will, where not all students may have equal access. In some school districts, students have to pay in order to attend kindergarten full-time.
Matt, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, this is a question for Dr. Clark. So even if this legislation as contemplated were to move forward and pass, it would still be optional for the school district, right? School districts would not have to offer full-day kindergarten. And even if the district did offer it, parents would still not have to enroll their kids in full-day kindergarten.
Exactly. This legislation would not mandate full-time kindergarten, full-day kindergarten. It would provide the resources to the districts who are able to do that. And I think realistically, what we'll see is an increase in that over time as districts are able to deal with the facility issues and the teacher issues, hiring teachers, all the rest of that. So, but it's an equity issue. It is not equitable for some families to pay for full-day kindergarten in a district. I don't believe that that's an equitable thing. So we've got to, I believe we've got to attack this pipeline issue in every way we can. We simply just don't have a hope of hitting any of our goals. I mean, we talked yesterday about the go-on rate, talked about the completion rates. If you have 60% of your kids coming into the system without the skills they need to be successful, they're going to play catch up their entire career, and we will not hit any of those markers. So I think this is important legislation. Debbie?
Tacking on to that, when Bill and I co-chaired the Education Task Force a couple of years ago, you may recall that this was one of the 4 recommendations that we presented to the governor. And at the time, so this is 2 years old information, but there were over 80 school districts that were already offering kindergarten in optionally paid through local taxes, whatever, in the system. And I think it's very, it's a good thing to be at this place. When I first came onto the board, you could not openly talk about having any form of optional all-day kindergarten because it was not well received in the legislature and in other places, frankly, and schools weren't exactly sure how to do it. But over time, I think the value of that and communities have seen the benefits. Schools have been able to figure out the resources. And so to me, in this case, it's the state catching up to what the local districts have come up with solutions. And so I'm excited to see this move forward.
Mr. President, if I
Yeah,
could,
Sean.
sorry, Sean.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I want to answer Bill's question because how this relates to the department, because he brought up a really good point. And that also ties into something Tracy said. When we get to uniformity and there's this patchwork of ideas with different districts figuring out different ways of offering this service to kids, we have to get back to the uniformity piece and how that fits into the department. And there's going to have to be a screener. There's going to have to be a way that makes that uniform that every kid gets the opportunity where it's optional. So I would like to have Marilyn speak to how we have to intertwine that into the department's work too, moving forward. So Marilyn, I don't know, did I miss anything?
Just that you've had a lot of very recent conversations with legislators around this topic. And I think we would agree with Dr. Clark that there's lots of moving parts here and that whatever eventually moves forward is probably going to look different because we have a lot of our germane committee members and the chairs with some priorities of their own. I think there have been a lot of questions around the literacy intervention and how intentional those efforts have been and whether or not they've really moved the needle. And I think that's why we have seen a lot of districts opt to try to cobble the money together to do all-day kindergarten. And so it does seem like there's momentum moving in that direction. I think the legislature recognizes that. Honestly, in our conversations, the price tag is always an issue. And when you're looking at all the statutory increases that have to occur, that can be a tough hill to climb. But I will say also we're hearing from the stakeholders that this is a big priority for them, as is having a standard kindergarten screener. And so the superintendent's assessment team's been looking at what would make sense for the state as a kindergarten screener and how that would fit into either increased intervention dollars or funding of all-day kindergarten. And I think you're all hearing the same thing. This is also tied into the fact that a lot of our local districts and charters are funding, not charters, but districts are funding in part all-day kindergarten through supplemental levies. And the property tax issue is really top of mind for our legislators. So lots of moving parts, but certainly the department's working on pieces that would support an implementation of all-day K.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you. And my question, I am supportive of the goal of changes in divisors and providing that optional funding for districts and sensitive to the uniformity issues. I am curious about the language relative to parent participation. I'm curious where, I think it's a great concept, but I also know there could be some pushback on that, and also a cost as well for districts. So I'm just curious, we've been primarily focused on funding, which is good, and literacy and getting kiddos up to speed and prepared, but language, it's on
And what page are you on? Sorry.
tab 7, page 6, and attachment 2. I'm just curious about that.
First, Sean, I'm impressed that you actually found that language in a 1,000-page book. Tracy,
Go ahead,
So we added this language. This is actually a piece that was added that was not in the legislation that was proposed by legislators last year, and it was in a direct response to the chairman of the Senate Education Committee, who said that he would really, to be supportive of something like this, he would really want to see a strong parent participation piece, recognizing how important that also is in how a student does. So we did a little, we looked around nationally to see what kinds of things other states might be doing in the way of parent participation. And there really, there was a lot of research that supported how important it was, but not a lot of ways to incorporate it. So this language is fairly broad to allow for the school districts to really identify and design how they would do that. But it does require that they include some sort of component in their programs or their curriculum that would allow for parent participation, and that parent participation could happen at the school or at home. So through sending home or helping parents understand how to do some of the reading, at-home reading things that we see in some, already happening in some of our school districts.
Mr. President, I would just remind the board that we have had a working group working on putting in place guidelines for school readiness that are still out for, we're still doing the final revision. The State Department and State Board and stakeholders worked on that for some weeks earlier in the summer. So it's very important that we make sure all of this is interconnected. This is about providing, I think it's about providing parents with the tools for and ideas for what they can do at home. The training piece is, has been said, is a little bit more problematic on how you actually do that in a district. But our districts are very creative. I think there'll be lots of different approaches to that. This is all hands on deck. This is a major system issue. So all of these things are, I think, are very important.
Mr. President, Linda, and if you're a Title I school, you're supposed to have a parent component anyway, so I know if we remind districts of that. Most of our districts are Title I anyway, so if you just kind of weave those two things together.
They already have it in place.
Yeah, well,
Many of
and
them.
they'll just need to make it a little more robust, right? But I think, you know, sitting here as a former educator, I think my wheels are already spinning about, I mean, you could tie to this, you could tie to that. So I think we could have lots of group meetings with the stakeholder group about how you could tie that to your Title I plan and, you know, kill two birds with one stone, so.
So, and thank you for that, and I appreciate that. And just on those last points, making sure that legislators understand that this in some form or fashion is happening already, and it's not an intrusion into the home.
Yeah.
Kind of been there, done that. You know, I remember just Kim Thorne's efforts for parents as teachers, and things have changed significantly since then as people have understood the significance of early learning in kindergarten, but it's just a red flag for some.
Right.
So, or Mr. President, Sean, are you saying just be careful how maybe we word it in perception moving forward, since we know that we could tie it to something that Title I has already done, that maybe we should? Because I was in the district when we did parents as teachers, and it was wonderful, but you're right, it kind of got a little bit of flack, so maybe that's something we have to look at.
Be sensitive to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
We actually could ask the districts to give us ideas on what they're doing. Many of these Title I efforts are to bring the families into the school with family math night, science night, whatever. And districts have been very creative. The Title I programs are doing a lot of things to engage families. So we might soften it by being able to provide to the legislators examples of what's already happening.
Yeah, I would, and again, I am all for it. Just understand there's some flags there for you.
Thank you,
For
Sean.
us.
Any further discussion on that legislative priority? Hopefully the next ones go quicker.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. President, can I ask another question? I didn't actually get my question answered, and I think I worded it wrong. Obviously, I think this one, the first one, and this isn't about kind of the full day K on its own. It's really about all 7 of these as a group and understanding, you know, this is clearly a newbie question, but is this setting our legislative priorities as a board? Because these have, to my mind, very different weight strategically. And so, you know, understanding, being supportive of all of these, is that where the emphasis for the board will be as we head into the 2022 legislative session, is on these priorities as opposed to sort of perhaps other things? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I think the weighting question is an excellent one. Matt, do you want to comment?
Yeah, Board Member Gilbert, so this is setting the board's legislative agenda, yes. And this has been thoroughly vetted with the governor's office so that we're in alignment with his priorities as well. I agree that they would be weighted differently. And in fact, there was one of the task force recommendations that we originally had as a legislative idea, and the governor's office asked us to pull it off just because we didn't want this all to collapse under its own weight. It was too much to take on at once. But yes, if the board approves these set of 7 items, it is our legislative agenda.
So has the board in previous meetings then had a fulsome discussion around, without specific pieces of legislation in front of it or proposed legislation, a fulsome discussion as to strategic priority? I mean, I think we could all argue that you know, for example, full day K is incredibly strategic. I'm just curious if the board, not subcommittees, not, you know, working groups, if the board has had a discussion about legislative priorities in previous meetings relative to this.
Tracy, you want to comment?
I would just comment that it, specific to legislation, it happens generally at this meeting and the previous meeting when the board discusses what legislative ideas would go forward. And then in part, around the strategic planning and the things that the board adopts. So like adopting the K-12 task force recommendations. By doing that, that allows or identifies for staff areas of priority to work towards and bring forward to the full board. Is there a work session or agenda item where the board just sits down prior to this process and says, here's what we want to focus on specifically for legislation? The legislative ideas discussion that happens at the June board meeting is generally the closest that you would see around what I think you're asking. Because we have to start as part of the executive agency legislative process so early, you're just coming off of the previous session. Sometimes it takes a couple meetings to really get into the groove of what are we going to do, what the priorities are going to be this next session. For things that do not require legislation, those can happen generally at any time. The board does its work session on its strategic plan at the December board meeting. And that's often then that last time where the board meets as a whole before session starts, where they could identify some additional non-legislative priorities going into the session.
So Bill, then, and maybe I'm sort of the second newbie on the board along with Sean, but to directly answer your question, but I don't recall us having a discussion weighting these priorities and really identifying the critical few. I think Tracy's point is right in terms of, at least the way I think about it, items on this list that flow directly from either the K-12 task force or the higher ed task force, to me, would be at the top of the list.
And
but
those have been our drivers.
yeah, and
Those have been our drivers.
Yeah. And so, but
that's
I don't
what
think we've never had that discussion to kind of, so that's just my view. Would you all agree with that?
Well, and that's what today is for,
Yeah.
is to go through, discuss, do we think that they need to be on the list? Are they ready? Are we ready? What order would we put them in? Yeah.
And what Tracy said is no small thing. Being an executive agency, there is a whole set of, parameters around what we can take forward and having it approved through the governor's office. So that is what this meeting is about, is to discuss these. We're still dealing with priorities from the K-12 task force before yours, honestly. So I don't know what that.
Okay.
I don't know why I said that, but.
Well, let's try to, so is coming out of today, is today the meeting where we should say these are the critical few?
Absolutely.
Or I think, all right, so why don't we go through these and then come back
That's
to
what the
Bill's
motion.
challenge, because I think it's the right one. I think it's okay to be supportive of all of these, but I think to really put our shoulder behind a couple will probably yield better results.
Absolutely.
Hey, Tracy.
So the next one is a shift to FTE enrollment for calculating support units. And what this would do is legislate the temporary rule that the board had in place this last year. We've received a lot of feedback from school districts that they would like the FTE enrollment calculation to be used moving forward, even outside of the pandemic environment. During the last session, when we presented rules to the germane committees, we heard from them that they would rather we did not do that through the rulemaking process, that they would, if we wanted to make this shift permanently, that it would be done, we would start with the legislation first. And so that's what this legislation would do. I would note that the board is authorized to set how attendance is used for calculating average daily attendance in rule already. And that's why we were able to use FTE enrollment So the attendance in courses this last year to do that. And right now, those amounts are set at 2.5 hours for a half day or 4 more hours for a full day. But the board could also, if they weren't interested in taking this large of a step at this time, adjust the hours for attendance. So for instance, you could calculate attendance based on every hour a student attended instead of full day and half day. And that would, and if something like that would be done through rules, not legislation.
There are questions about the support needs calculation?
Well, I mean, I have one, Madam Chair. This issue's been floated through the funding formula a number of times in past legislation. I think most recently by Representative Foreman, right, where
We had that whole year and a half committee right now.
The
2 years, I don't know, 5 years, 3 years. I lost count.
Okay, 3
We
years.
were there a long time.
10.
Yeah.
so can you wait and the ultimate challenge, unless if you start to put changing, and I don't, if you're just moving from ADA to every student's a student's enrollment, that's not a huge deal. But as soon as you start weighting enrollment, and not every, Title I kids or English language learners are 1.2, you know what I mean? You have different factors. Then you really create the system where you have winners and losers as districts, and we can run it. And we have this whole political problem. So is it my understanding that we're just moving, where we're basically putting in code what we had as temporary rule last year? Is we're moving from just taking attendance.
That's my question, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
What's the
Well,
difference?
you'll probably ask it better than I would.
Well, I'm just gonna say, what's the difference?
That's better than I would.
At its heart, it's very simple. When you have an attendance-based system, a district never receives money for all its children.
Right.
So if District A has 97% attendance and they get money based on that, they're still buying books, providing buildings, providing teachers for 100% of the kids. That's the basic simple issue. Conversion to an enrollment-based system would provide money for 100% of the kids. Beyond that, the simplicity is gone because we made it very complicated, as you said, by saying that we have to wait special ed students, we wait EL students, we wait poverty. And that's when, and some members up here will remember, that's when we began to see all of those charts about winners and losers and brought in all the people from outside to tell us what we were doing. So
This proposal just codifies, to get to Debbie's point, what we did last year, which is,
Right.
is that right?
Yes.
yes.
Does that answer your?
Uses the same calculation that we had in the temporary rule.
Right.
Mr. President, I would just add that districts really want this. This is a task force recommendation from the task force before. So we've been trying to get here for a very long time. I know districts would really appreciate it.
A separate but related topic, based on your travels around the state, given the potential disruptions here over the next 60 days, do you think this is going to be something that comes back to this board on a temporary basis this year around this issue?
I don't understand your question, sorry.
Another temporary rule.
Are we gonna be forced with another temporary rule because ADA is impacted significantly because of COVID disruption?
I think you
Medical projections are right.
you leave the door open to it.
Could be worse than we had before.
I just wonder how much noise is out. Are we hearing a lot of that concern around that yet, or is everybody sort of hoping for the best and we'll see what happens?
Well, I think they're hoping for the best, but I think this is why they want to move away from attendance. And I mean, we could,
This doesn't help them for this year. This is the funding for this year.
well, we could make it retroactive.
Yeah, that would be a temporary rule.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Well, and
Debbie?
you and Matt and I were in the same room with the administrators at their conference this month and heard, but that was pre the start of school. And so I understand the anxiety of not knowing what your budget's going to look like. So perhaps when they work through their attendance stuff, or enrollment, excuse me, in the next few weeks, I guess we'll hear more.
Okay. Thank you.
Go to the
Chair?
next one.
Yes, ma'am.
Tracy, the Rural Educator Incentive Program, another task force recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this one started out as a loan forgiveness program. And as we talked to legislators about the idea, one of the things that was expressed to us was this feeling that a loan repayment program by itself only provides an incentive for those that got loans. And granted, most students do leave college with some form of student loan. They wanted us to explore something though that would provide an incentive also to teachers that did not necessarily have a loan to repay. So this is morphed a little bit from what the board saw as a legislative idea. So now it would be available for loan payments as well as educational costs. The funding amounts are the same as what was originally proposed with the loan forgiveness program. So if somebody had an educational loan, those amounts could be used to pay back the loan, or they could, for educators that are taking courses to get their 6 credits to renew, things like that, they could also use the incentive to pay those types of educational costs.
Board members, there have been several different iterations of this type of legislation introduced by legislators over the past 2 or 3 years. And the board has voted to endorse at least 1 or 2 of those in the past. But this is the first time the board would actually be the sponsor of this type of legislation.
I have a question on that. Packed in there, I understand the priority of attaching most of the incentives and benefits to the teacher itself, but is there any benefit to the school district to help them put together a more competitive salary package? That you've got housing issues for teachers coming, that's the number one, I think, when we look at teachers going outside of our more urban areas. Housing is a consideration. There are others that are not an education-related expense, but clearly a part of the overall issue. And so was there any talk of something that allows the district to offer something?
Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. President, Board Member Critchfield. This proposal does not do that, but that certainly we could expand what the funds could be used for, such as housing in rural areas. That would be an easy addition, but it is still funding to the teacher, to the individual teacher, and incentive for that teacher to pay. It's not a program that would fund a school district, for instance, to provide housing for teachers, and that is something that we have heard from school districts is a real challenge, but this program would be targeted towards the district.
Well, and I want to be clear that I'm not suggesting that school districts pay for the housing of teachers. I'm just using that as one of the priority issues for school districts when they try to attract teachers. I think it's just an overall package, a salary and benefit package. And that was my question, that we do want to incentivize teachers and help them help rural areas. But if there was any talk about how districts could be a part of that, because they're the employer.
So Board Member Critchfield, while the scenario that you lay out wasn't contemplated in the development of this legislation, since the program would be administered by an LEA, they certainly could, include this as part of their compensation incentive, and making teachers aware as they're recruiting them that this is available to you. So I think a strategic, superintendent or business manager would do that.
Okay, fair enough. And I guess we need to start somewhere. Yeah.
So those are the three big policy pieces in the sense of, you know, a policy shift overall. The next pieces of legislation are more administrative. And so while these pieces of legislation, the board may not choose to prioritize over some of the policy pieces, they're generally fairly, because they're so administrative, they don't take a lot of bandwidth in the sense of moving them forward through the rest of the system, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So the first one is career technical school added cost funding eligibility. Section 331002G Idaho Code provides added cost funding for career technical schools that meet some specific criteria. And the money is to help fund different types of facilities and equipment that is needed in order for these to be high quality programs. One of the things that was identified is that educational service agencies currently are not eligible for that funding. And with CASA and KTEC up north, these are both educational service agencies, and in order for them to receive the funding, either the school, one of the schools that participates in that ESA would have to designate the program as theirs, or we could amend the legislation to allow for education service agencies that have a facility for career technical education to also be eligible for this funding. And so that's what this proposal does, is it would amend this existing section of code to allow for ESAs, education service agencies, to also be eligible for the funding if they have a facility. An educational service agency, just for those that might not know, are when multiple school districts join together to share resources, programs, service agreements, contracting, things like that.
Are there any questions about this one?
How many of those exist in the state, Tracy, do you know?
Clay?
ESAs or?
ESAs.
How many ESAs, Clay, in the state?
Well, for career technical ones, there's 3 that are in existence right now that operate under that model.
Thank you.
Tracy?
There are additional ones that use that mechanism but do not have career technical education
Use
programs.
it for special education.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Mark, go ahead, please. Number 5.
5 has to do with charter school authorization, and it is some cleanup language in the sense that because of the increase in companies that provide services for charter schools, the commission staff submitted language that would help to clear up things like define whether the school is operated by, who's operating it, which impacts some of the requirements for charter schools. And then in addition to that, we're proposing to add some language helping to clarify the responsibilities of an authorizer. So with the commission, they're fairly clear on what their responsibilities are, but we have found over the last couple of years in particular that some of the school district authorizers didn't realize that they were still had some responsibility for those schools. One example that was quickly corrected was the Valley View School District, who hadn't sent in the performance certificates and didn't realize they were supposed to be reviewing those every year. So this just helps to clean some of that up.
Has that been vetted by the Public School Charter Commission?
The majority of the language did come directly from the Charter Commission staff, and if the board approves for it to go forward, we'll continue to work with them on the additional. They're not as interested around the other authorizers because their focus is on their schools that they authorize. And then there are a number of charter school groups that we would also work with as we move forward with this.
Isn't it true that the vast majority of authorization is now being done by the commission and very few districts are, even those districts who did charter originally have switched over?
That is the case, that the majority of them are, but we still have those stragglers out there, so. And the Department of Education does provide technical assistance to them.
Okay, go ahead, please.
The next one is the post-secondary credit scholarship. This is a scholarship that is available to students that take set amounts of dual credit or earn an associate's degree at the time that they graduate. One of the requirements of the scholarship is that they also have an academic merit-based matching scholarship. And it's been very hard, that is from business or industry. It's very hard for students to find an academic merit-based business or industry matching scholarship. Then the issue that's been identified is the merit component. So what this proposal would do would remove the requirement that the matching scholarship be merit-based. So they'd still have to have a matching scholarship from business or industry, but there would not necessarily have to be an academic merit component to that scholarship.
Yeah, a couple of questions. So this one is what we're changing is 4 or 5-ish years old. How old is so it's fairly new. My understanding is it hardly, maybe like 1 or 2 students in the entire existence of the code is taking advantage of it.
19.
19. Nonetheless, and so I'm assuming that the effort is to get more participation, and that's the feedback we've heard is that it's too restrictive, that there would be more opportunities for the match. Okay.
And Mr. President.
Yeah, Tracy.
I would add that we have discussed this with the sponsor of the original bill, and he is also supportive of the change.
Thank you.
Other questions? Go ahead, please.
The next one is the Armed Forces and Public Safety Officer Scholarship. There's been a change in how the Veterans Administration does what they recognize for doing the disability determinations. Currently, for the Armed Forces piece, the scholarship uses the Social Security Administration, and the last time the scholarship was amended, that was the process that the Veterans Administration recommended that we use. Now they're asking if we would open that up a little bit because they're not using the Social Security Administration anymore. So what this amendment would do is allow for any disability determination recognized by the Veterans Administration to be used for determining whether or not the applicant was eligible for the Armed Forces and Public Safety Officer Scholarship. The Armed Forces and Public Safety Officer Scholarship is, for the most part, a full ride scholarship for those that would be eligible. So it would be somebody who is in the Armed Forces or a public safety position like a firefighter or policeman that were disabled or their dependents.
Are there any questions on this one?
Yes.
Eddie?
Well, really, I guess it's not specifically to this one, but for the last 2, where we're broadening the opportunities for people to access a scholarship. Do we do any type of fiscal impact that, I mean, it's not to us necessarily, but I mean, is it something that is included in the materials or the overall information that we think that doing this is going to bring X amount of students into it, therefore this is what it may cost.
Tracy. Thank you, Madam Chair. In this case, we do not believe that there would be an added cost. If we did, we would have included analysis and the fiscal impact, but because we were using what the Veterans Administration used before, and now we're going to just continue to use what they used. They've just changed it. So
Okay.
we don't think that there will be a difference there.
What about on number 6?
In
Or
the case
what's my
of
number 6,
the,
but yeah.
yeah,
other one.
in the case of the post-secondary credit scholarship, that is actually set already as a maximum of $2 million can be used for that scholarship. So we didn't do an additional analysis there of cost because the cost is already capped.
Okay. I guess you revisited if you have a bunch of 1,000 kids who want to do it or whatever. Okay.
So before I go to motion, back to Board Member Gilbert's question. As Tracy said, the first 3 items would be the highest priorities as policy items, and the others would get our attention, but as administrative would have a lesser priority. Do you wish to do anything more with that prioritization? Or I guess the question, does that answer your question, Mr. Gilbert?
Sort of.
So go ahead, Bill.
No, please, Kurt.
Well, I guess I'm still, so what creates, so, let's just take the one we just talked about, armed forces. How does that bubble up to like the board level? I mean, I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do, it makes sense to me, but where in the process do we as a board have to weigh in on some of these as opposed to just letting, like the career executive will take, couldn't Clay work that just where they get a sponsor as opposed to using the board's bully pulpit? I'm trying to understand why we need to weigh in on some of these. And to get to, and what I'm trying to get at to Bill's point, which is if we can narrow down to just a critical few, I think we put more weight to it. So I'm just trying to understand the process.
We have executive agencies under the board.
So no executive agency can move forward without our authorizations at the process. Is that why?
So, Mr. President, so the executive agency legislative process, the board is the executive agency. Our executive agencies aren't state executive agencies.
Okay.
And so the board can do legislation in the sense of not having to find a sponsor up front. In the past, the board, many versions of the board ago, and a couple of governors passed as well, the board did use a process where they would just find a sponsor and run it not different than one of the stakeholder organizations. And we were very directly asked to never, ever do that again and only use the executive agency process. So this is the process.
That's why it comes to, okay.
And so what happens, how things come to us that require legislation is it might be identified from school districts, it might be identified from other stakeholder groups, it could be identified even conversations with legislators that would like a less political start to something. Or in the case of the scholarships, those are scholarships our office manages. So that's why we use this process. And to Board Member Gilbert's point, there's a couple of different things to consider when you're thinking of the board's legislative agenda. If it is legislation related, we have to go through this process with the governor's office, which starts back in June. If it is not legislative related in the sense of supporting other things that might be going on with the legislature, the board can do that at any time.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Well, let's work the process offline. I don't want, and I think this kind of gets to Bill's point. There's 3, and the 3 you talked about, Dr. Clark. What are the ones here that can really move the needle for our system? The 3 that I see here: full-time kindergarten, changing our funding formula, which would essentially put more money, get more money to our districts and the rural teacher incentives, right? Those to me are the three, if I were to say those three priorities, that's how I would view it, but I open that up to the board for discussion and how you're all thinking about it.
Well, the other piece of that is that those have all been supported as priorities by either the K-12 task force or other, the rural, we actually had one around the teacher pipeline. That's where the rural incentive one came from. So these are somewhat longstanding and important. I mean, I see them as real key. The other is to me, the administrative ones is how you operate business day to day. They're not, but they're still important for the agencies and entities that we oversee.
Fair enough.
Are you ready for the motion?
Any other questions? Bill, I mean, you led us down this rabbit hole, not that it wasn't a good rabbit hole, but did you have a final comment?
No, we can talk about it another time. I'm good.
Okay.
I have a comment, not
Yes,
a question, but I can wait until the motion. It's certainly
I'm
whatever.
gonna go to motion.
I move to approve the proposed legislation in substantial conformance to the form provided in attachments 2 through 8, and to authorize the executive director to make additional changes as necessary as the legislation moves forward through the legislative process.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Sean. Debbie, do you have a comment?
Yes, expecting that this will be successful in the vote here in a minute or so. Understanding where Bill is coming from and the discussion around how we establish what our legislative priorities are, I would recommend and suggest that for the all-day K that this group have that fuller discussion. What I understand why we get what we have here. You have to start somewhere. Here's what's been put together. Here's what people have heard. But is what has been presented what the board wants to do? Is it the scope? Does it reach the objectives? Is it the right language? Is it all of those things? And so I think in the past when we've got to this place, then it's been, okay, I think we're good now. But to me, this really is the first step to then bring these things back if indeed these are the priorities and where you want to go. That it reflects what the board knows, the board experience, and all of that.
Fair enough. Other comments on the motion? Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break because I had too much coffee this morning, and we'll come back and address the rules. Does that work out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 10 minutes. Okay, it's 9:30. Let's bring the meeting back to order. Bill, can you hear us? Good, okay. Dr. Clark, let's continue.
Yes, Mr. President, we're now going to go through the ever popular recommendations for the IDAPA rules. As the board members know, the governor put forth an edict, I guess is the word, governor's action to streamline the rules and to eliminate duplication, and provided some a new framework for how those rules have to be promulgated. So before we start through the actual rules, I've asked Tracy to just give us the synopsis of the governor's directive in civic, if that's what I should do. And what the process is now and how it's changed from what we've done.
Thank you,
Tracy, yeah.
Madam Chair, Mr. President. So Executive Order 2020-01, Title Zero-based regulations, directs all agencies, everyone that does rulemaking. So not specific just to us, it's across the board, to reduce the number of rules that we have measured by how long or the number of words we have in our rules. And the way we've been directed to do that is to remove anything that's duplicative of what's in statute. So often we'll include language that's in statute in the rule just so that it's all in one place. Now we'll be removing those duplications to not duplicate within a rule itself provisions, and then to move anything that can be moved into the agency's governing policies and procedures into policy. Additionally, we are, in the past, the board may remember, we would break up sections of rules based on the subject area. So you might see rules. So in IDAPA 080202, it covers certification requirements, educator preparation program requirements, evaluation requirements. So you might see a different rule on each of those subjects. Now rules must be combined in a single docket. So there'll be fewer rules going forward than you might have seen, but they will be much longer. And we'll combine work done by the Department of Education as well as board staff will be found in a single rule docket. So when we get to 080202 as an example, the Department of Education staff worked with a work group to provide recommendations and went completely through the educator prep standards that are incorporated by reference. Board member Clark had the pleasure of sitting on that work group as well. So it takes a lot of different people's work, matches it all together into a single docket. And then in addition to that, we are required to look at a portion of our rules every year. So before you would see rules based on areas that just needed to be changed that were identified. Now, starting with this year, we have to, on a schedule set by the Division of Financial Management, review a portion of our rules so that by 2026, we have reviewed all of the education administrative rules. The education administrative rules include 08, IDAPA 08, IDAPA 55, which are the career technical education rules, and IDAPA 47, which are the vocational rehabilitation rules. This year, we are looking at, as just part of the regular review process, the 3 rules that the Division of Financial Management identified were 08, 01, 02 regarding the post-secondary scholarship, 08, 01, 10, the work study program, and then 08, 02, 03, which is rules governing thoroughness. So when the board's ready, I can
So just so I understand, we're required to review these rules on a periodic basis. So the reason we're reviewing these rules is through that, is that these are on a schedule? Is that?
You have to review all of them by 2026 with
Under the criteria that the governor outlined in Tracy.
to reduce duplication, to move everything we can into our policy out of the rules. To make the rules less cumbersome and less negative to our policymakers, maybe.
So if I may, Mr. President, Madam Chair, so the 3 rules that we were on schedule to review this year were those first 2 I mentioned, and then 080203. We already were working on amendments on 080201, 080202, and 080203, rules governing uniformity, administration, uniformity, and thoroughness. So we've combined, so we have some rules that are just because of the rule process. One that's because of the rule process, but we also had amendments to anyways, and those were around the graduation requirements and the assessment program, that the board had adopted, recommendations the board had adopted from the Accountability Oversight Committee, and then 2 rules that are because we had identified changes to. So you have a combination of
Next,
both.
okay, all right, got it.
So we'll go through them, we have to go through them and act on each one separately.
Okay.
So Tracy, let's just start with 2101.
2101, post-secondary credit.
Right. And if you can give the short version. And then if we need to expand it through, we can do that through the questions.
Message received. Docket 080102-2101, post-secondary credit scholarship is the rule that actually accompanies the legislation we discussed earlier, the scholarship we discussed earlier. And what it does as part of that, just that normal review process, is it actually included a lot of pieces that were in the legislation itself so that they were all in one place. So the proposed amendments that you see remove areas that are duplicative to what is in the section of code that authorized this rule to start with. In addition to that, on page 2, the last page of the rule, there were a number of processes that were identified on how we process when they have interruption of continuous enrollment and things like that that were unnecessary and have been removed.
Other questions? I move to approve the proposed rule docket number 080102-2101 as submitted in attachment 1.
Thanks, Dave. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion passes. Dr. Clark?
Okay, Tracy?
Thank you, and I should have added, especially considering we have a new board member, that these are just proposed rules. Once the board approves the proposed rules, they'll be published in the administrative bulletin, go out for a 21-day public comment period, and then come back to the board as pending rules. And it's the pending rules that what the board approves in the pending rules is what is forwarded to the legislature for consideration. So this is like the first reading in a sense of how you do policies. The next one, 0801102101 work study program. This rule, like the first one, also just removes provisions. Well, this one removes provisions that are duplicative to what's in code. So there's no other changes than removing language that is already specified in the section of code that authorizes the work study program.
Are there any questions? I move to approve the proposed rule docket number 080110-2101 as submitted in attachment 1.
Thank you, Sean. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion passes. Dr. Clark?
Tracy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Docket 0802012102 is a little more complicated. This section of rules governing administration covers a number of topics, including requirements for the college and career advising plans, literacy intervention plans, and how we report full-time enrollment. Additionally, there's a small change regarding where the initial proposal goes to for altering school district boundaries. So, and I'll just run through them as they are in the rule. The first one changes where the proposals for alternating school district boundaries to the Department of Education from the Board of Education. What happens when they submit those proposals to the board office is we then send them down to the Department of Education, because the first part of that process is for the Department of Education to hire a hearing officer. And so this just takes that step out. So instead of sending them to us and us forwarding them, they can send them directly to the department. The next change has to do with so pupil accounting and required instructional time. This is duplicative of what's in statute section 33.512 outlines these hours. So we're removing them from the rule. And then we've also removed some older language that just says all pupils will complete 4 years of satisfactory attendance in grades 9 through 12 to graduate from an accredited high school, except for those who are approved for early graduation. With the mastery-based learning that's going on, it just seems a little outdated to require 4 years of attendance and then provide all of these exceptions for attending for 4 years. So we've removed that. The next pieces have to do with tie into how average daily attendance and full-time equivalent enrollment are calculated. So we've done some cleanup, and this rule has been negotiated where a group of stakeholders, representatives from the Department of Education, all met together to discuss which things should or should not be included in the rule and how those could be changed. Initially, we did receive feedback that it was unnecessary to include the teacher in-service activities. And then just prior to, after it was published, I received a comment from the department that we might need to keep that after all, but if we do end up keeping that language, then it would just be put back in as part of the process going from proposed to pending. But just as a heads up, that's one I've already received a comment on that we might need to keep. You'll see some small tweaks regarding days of attendance, the most significant piece there being that we've identified that the teacher may also be employed through the Idaho Digital Learning Academy for those schools that are using them to provide courses, and then removed the reference to homebound students because that reference to homebound students is in statute. We are completely redoing the calculation for FTE enrollment and how it's articulated, but not how it's calculated. Working with the school finance staff, with the department, and the data staff that actually collect this data, and and the experience we had during this last session and explaining it all, they indicated that there was an easier way to write it that calculates it exactly the same. And so that's what you see here is a removal of the previous language and then the added and then just rewritten so that the minutes are still the same as far as the courses go. Because in the end, when we did the math, those 1,200 minutes is what identified the FTE for enrollment purposes for shared students.
So Tracy, that FTE calc in this rule consistent with the legislation calc that you had that we talked about earlier?
Yes. The next piece is new altogether, and it has to do with data collection and validity. And so the data collection piece is being moved out of 08, 02, 03. And it is the same as it is in 08, 02, 03, but it was kind of out of place in that other section of rule. So it's new in this rule, but it's not new language in rule. The data validity piece is one of the things that we've struggled with this last year in pulling reports is time between when data is reported, when it is corrected by the school districts, and how we handle that data. So it's a first attempt, and I would not be surprised if when it comes back as pending that it looks different, but this gets it out more broadly into to the public than just the smaller group that worked on it. But it sets that we have timelines in code for when they must submit data or when we use data. And this tries to set a timeline for when they need to look at that data and correct it so that we can then use it for reporting or calculating funding. The next section, the unique education identifier, is an existing section that is being moved out of 08, 02, 03 into this section so that all the data pieces are together. We did remove one of the indicators that was on this list, and what it did is it allowed for Social Security numbers to be collected, but there's a statute that doesn't allow for us to collect Social Security numbers. So it wasn't, the statute was the ruling law. So we removed it from the rule so there wouldn't be any conflict. And then the final piece having to do with the data is there's an existing section for withholding funds for late submissions. And we've just cleaned that up so that it had a date of October 15th in there that was related to when the personnel files are, and it's not necessary to have that date, and we use data now. It's submitted on additional timelines because of the career ladder, so we got rid of that. The next changes have to do with the requirements around the continuous improvement plans and then the college and career advising and the literacy intervention plans. These changes are due to legislation that passed this last year that removed the requirement for individual plans for college and career advising and literacy intervention. So school districts now have to report in their continuous improvement plans how they're doing in those areas, but they don't have to have separate plans that are submitted to the Board of Education. So we're removing the provisions regarding those plans. Additionally, during the negotiated meetings, we had a discussion on the eligibility for reimbursement of those funds that are provided for school board training. And we were asked to include a limit or a cap on the amount of reimbursement that could go towards just travel expenses. Since the intent of those funds was that they would pay for the training, but they still recognize that sometimes individuals must travel to get to that training. So it adds a cap of $1,000 of travel expenses per training. And that is the 08, 02, 01 in a nutshell.
Are there any questions about this?
Big change.
Quite a few changes. I move to approve the proposed rule docket number 08, 02, 01, 2102 as submitted in attachment 1.
Second, thank you, Sean. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Dr. Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the next rule is docket 08, 0202, 2101, rules governing uniformity. And I would just, there are a lot of changes you'll see throughout this rule. The first piece you'll note is that the standards for initial certification of professional school personnel, in past years, you would have approved the changes to that document at the same time as approving the proposed rule. But after the discussion that we had at the Planning, Policy, and Governmental Affairs Committee meeting, there is a request for some additional work to be done on those. So they'll be brought back in October for approval. And so you'll see an October date there. And it is possible anytime between now and the pending rule, the board could review and change those. Those standards are included in your agenda material. And if it's the pleasure of the superintendent, she has staff that can also talk about the work that they've done on those standards. In particular, there are 3 standards that were added, and one of them just given the political environment we're in. So one piece is adding standards and having a discussion on the addition of requirements, just to make sure the board understands that. And then one of those additions is just in the environment we're in, it probably could be worded differently so that it's not quite such a red flag for some folks.
Sherry, do you want to make any comments or our staff make any comments about that process?
Is Lisa on? Then she's better equipped to speak to this. Is she out there?
Yes, Superintendent, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Do you have anything to add to the educator prep review?
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Dr. Clark. For the record, this is Lisa Kleinborn, Director of Certification and Professional Standards. I think the only thing I would add is that this work, as you indicated, which Dr. Clark was participated in, was about 18 months, if I remember. And I would like to take an opportunity to thank the enormous time that the individuals who participated in this work took. To answer the specific question about the 3 additional standards, the one I would point out in reference to digital technology and online learning actually was a restructure. You'll notice that there are standards in the current standards that are called pre-service. They're about 4 to 5 pages long with many, many components in there. They were based on the ISTE standards. The recommendation of the group or the educator stakeholder group was specifically for just one standard to capture all of that. So while, yes, it might look like a new standard, it really was kind of a restructuring of that. And actually it was one of my staff members that reminded me of that within the last couple of days. So, but in reference to the standards, I don't think I have anything else to add unless there are questions from the board.
I do have a comment, and that was, folks just need to know that this was a very serious undertaking. She said 18 months. All the stakeholders were all involved. All of the institutions that train our teachers were there. We literally went line by line, dot by dot, through the standards to try to make the changes that were needed from the perspective of everybody. So this was an absolutely substantial revision of our standards. And I'm sure there will be additional comments as it goes out now through the process.
So what was this, Tracy mentioned there was one standard that potentially we should take a hard look at in light of the continued political debate. What do we, I saw that somewhere in there, but can someone be more specific of what we're talking about?
Yes, it's the cultural awareness standard that was worked on very hard. That culturally responsive teaching requires teachers to understand the cultures, particularly of our native tribes. And we just want to make sure that that language that's in there is not some kind of red flag, because it's very important. You can't successfully teach students if you don't understand where they come from, their culture. And it's very important in our state with our federally recognized tribes. So a tremendous amount of work went into that. Gosh, over probably 3-year period of time with Indian Education Committee and all the institutions. So we just want to make sure that it is worded properly to get the intent and not able to be inferred to be something that's not.
Sure, thank you.
So as we go through the rule, there's a couple of areas that were used in many places in the rule that instead of reiterating, for instance, how semester credits transferred to quarter credits, we've just added that as a definition so that it can be written once instead of 20 times. Likewise, we use teacher of record, but did not have a definition of teacher of record, so we added a definition of teacher of record. Then it goes through updates and streamlining around certification for teachers trained in foreign institutions, how we recognize certificates issued for applicants from regional accredited institutions, and then some more general language as we go into the actual credentials, so the actual certificates. A lot of it is very technical, so unless there's a desire to go through page by page, I'll skip to the big changes. And the biggest one being moving the endorsements that are currently in administrative rule into board policy. So we already have the CTE endorsements in board policy, and that's worked well. So this would follow that trend and move the endorsements that are attached to the academic side of the certificates into board policy. With, as an example, for an instructional staff certificate, you get a certificate to teach, and then you attach at least one endorsement to that certificate, and that endorsement identifies the grade ranges and or subject areas that you're authorized to teach in. So we have K-8 all subjects that our elementary school teachers hold, and then at middle school and high school levels, we have endorsements specific to the different types of math or teaching math at the high school level, some that you can do that encompass both middle school and high school, some that focus just on middle school. So it's those endorsements that would be moved into board policy.
Sean.
Chairman Clark, I have a question relative to my understanding of rule versus policy, and it's maybe a legal question. it was always drummed into me that rules have the same force and effect as law, but so it feels like we're taking from rules and putting into policy. And how does, what's the recourse, I guess, for if we don't follow our policies, or how can someone that might be impacted by a decision that's made on endorsement, what is their recourse if they don't agree with that, if we have a policy versus rule?
So, Madam Chair, and with the board's policy, we actually have in statute requirements that the board has to go through for setting policy, which include the 2 readings and the public comment, allowing for public comment. And so it's actually very similar to the rulemaking process. We just can do it anytime during the year instead of being subject to the annual process that it takes to do administrative rules. We do additionally in statute, it does authorize the board to set endorsement requirements, and the language for that is different than language, other sections where it says the board must set these requirements in administrative rule. So it gives the board a little more flexibility there, and because of the way the board is created, both in the Constitution and statute, it has a little different authority, probably not quite the right word, Jennifer can correct me, than, for instance, just an agency's policies.
So is there, I think the question, if I might, is there an appeal process?
Just making.
For that, is that your question?
Yeah, I think so, and just a better understanding for myself that how the policy fits, because for other agencies, if it's not in rules, then there's no recourse for an grievance.
That is a good question, and as Tracy explained, it is a very unique statutory authorization that the Board of Education has to govern through policy. Sometimes in statute, it's the requirement that it be through administrative rule, but not always. And if the board were to not follow its policies, etc., then the recourse would be to take action against the board to compel it to follow its policies.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your patience.
And so the directive on rules, one of the elements that you cited was moving items from rule to policy where that was possible. Was that across the board for all agencies, or does that just apply to our unique situation?
Madam Chair, members of the board, it's a requirement across agencies because of the way what we're authorized to do through policy and statute. It allows us to do more than other agencies probably are going to be allowed to do in policy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anything else on this one? Are we ready for motion?
The other change, sorry,
Go ahead.
very short,
Change the weeds
that we're moving to policy is the program review process. Now I'm done.
Thank you. I don't want them all to hate me by the end of the morning. I move to approve the proposed rule docket number 08-0202-2101 as submitted in attachment 1.
Second.
You said, Debbie?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor? Anyone opposed? Motion passes.
One more set of rules, those governing thoroughness. Tracy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the board for your patience. For this policy, this administrative rule, one of the big changes is a number of years ago, we moved the career technical education content standards, program standards into rule to try and give them the same level of importance as the academic content standards. At the time, the review process that the division does with their advisory committees and working with industry to update those program standards looked like it would fit fairly well into that annual rulemaking process. Now that we've done it for a few years, it doesn't really work well. So we're proposing to move those out of the rule, and they'll be moved, should the board approve that, we would move them into policy. So one of those, and that is partly why that discussion around restructuring the CTE, the divisions section of board policy. The next change is to the English language development standards. And this is an update to the standards used for those assessments. Is brought forward by actually the department and their assessment team that it was time to update those standards. So when it comes time to motion for this rule, you'll approve the standards. And once you approve the standards, then you'll approve the rule incorporating them by reference. And it is partly why this section of the board's agenda is so long, is because those standards are pretty big. Nighttime reading. The next real changes that you'll see in the rule are to our graduation requirements. The board's had a number of discussions and adopted the Accountability Oversight Committee's recommendations around removing the college entrance exam from the graduation requirements. Additionally, we received a request to add into the requirements, a requirement for computer science in the sense of credit. And as we discussed these options in the negotiated meetings, we also discussed whether there should be different requirements for students, CTE concentrator students. And we discussed a proposal around adding a career awareness course at the middle school level. So you'll see those in this rule as well. They start on page 7 of attachment 1. We have done the discussion around the computer science credits as a graduation requirement. The group overall felt they understood the importance of it and the importance that all students have a understanding and how it helps with critical thinking, but they didn't feel it was fair to add a requirement if we weren't taking a requirement away. And when you look at your options for what you could take away in the sense of electives or humanities or social studies, from past experiences when we increased the math and science credits, that also really isn't a very palatable idea. And so what the group came up with was adding computer science to the list of science courses. So it doesn't require every student to take a computer science course, but if they did, it could count as a science requirement. So there's some tweaks in the language because already there was a provision that if you had taken a certain level of math, you could use computer science as a math credit. We've left that in, but opened it up a little bit, and then removed the exception for allowing it if it was an AP computer science or dual credit computer science, for it to allow for a science credit, and then just list it as an allowable science. And then removed the college entrance exam as a requirement.
Can I ask a question on that? So this, well, there's been discussion about that at the AOC, but this board hasn't acted on that yet, right?
This is the action.
This is the action.
This would be,
They brought the recommendation.
Right. Yeah, we saw it in June.
Okay, so this would be the action that makes that change. Okay, that, of all the things I've heard in the last hour, that's the biggest thing I think we've talked about.
It's a major shift.
It's huge. So,
That and the one you just mentioned in terms of computer science being an option on the side. So those are the two most substantive things I've seen in terms of directing the system.
And the AOC, I mean, we started specifically working and talking about this one in at least a year ago. So even though the board's, the full board's review of it is more recent, it's been a discussion for years, frankly, since I've been on the AOC, but this has really focused the action to the board.
Am I right? That's the biggest change we've heard. I mean, that's a major one. I just want to make sure the board's aware of that. Superintendent, you're good with that?
I have mixed emotions about that because the thing I always worry about is the funding piece. I mean, and I know it went through AOC, we had this discussion. There's a side of me that says, yep, that's good. And there's a side of me that says that puts the funding in jeopardy, I think, at some point moving forward. I'm always going to err on the side of kids should have that opportunity. I just remember someone saying to me one time, if I would have had parents that understood the system, I would have taken a college entrance exam, but my time too has passed. And so I'm just not going to go backwards. But in Idaho, we offer that to everybody. And it keeps a kid's foot in both lanes, but I also see the other side of it as a requirement. You know, why are we requiring kids to do something that some of them feel like, I'm not ever going to college, so why should I have to do that? And then it begs the question of, is someone going to look at the budget and say, well, it's not required, let's just take that out of there, which has tons of ramifications. So I'm torn. That's the piece I support, you know, not making kids take a test that they feel like I'm never going to go to school anyway. So, and then they don't perform on it when we force them to go to, you know, SAT day or whatever, because they have a not so good attitude about it. But then I worry more about someone looking at that and saying, well, since it's not required, let's just snatch that out of the budget when we're looking for a cost saving. So that's my soapbox. I'll let it go.
So, Mr. President, the group that discussed this actually discussed that same issue, and representatives from the school district that participated specifically asked that if we, because they see it as a real asset in the sense of the tools that they get to use with their students, and while the PSAT, as an example, is not a required assessment, it comes with that contract, and they use that as well. And so what you'll see is a removal of it as a graduation requirement, but we left it in as part of the assessment system. So it was the compromise in the sense of worried if we took it out of both, then it would jeopardize the funding and the availability. If we leave it in as part of the assessment system, then the rule actually says these assessments the state will pay for. So,
Mr. President, I was aware of that conversation, but I disagree. It's still going to jeopardize the funding. So
Probably important to mention that there's still one piece of this high school picture that AOC is talking about that we haven't resolved and brought forward a recommendation, and that is what the high school test should be and what grade level it should be, at what grade level it should be administered. It's still, that one's still under discussion.
it's in here too. It's in here too.
Oh, good.
We're
Well,
getting to
it's
it.
not under discussion.
But there are two issues, right? There's the issue of how well are kids in 11th grade performing relative to the standards that we've set in terms of what kids should know, right? And we have the ISAT for that. We still do.
Yep.
Then there's a separate question, which are students ready to go on to whatever career pathway they want? If you want to go to college, a four-year college, you probably are going to have to take the ACT or the ACT. But if you're going to go, if you're going to do another pathway, CTE, maybe it's the ASVAB, or some other test. But it's not this one size fits all. Every kid has to take the SAT.
That was exactly where the conversation started with the AOC. We have at this level in this board, we've talked a long time about the many opportunities that are available to students, and it doesn't look like one thing, but right now our system says you have to go through one door in order to get there. And so that's how that started, recognizing the other side of, well, we don't want it to be unimportant. And we want to make sure that those things students still have access, and that's how we got to this place. And I think, well, my hope is that districts will continue to advocate for what a student's needs are, instead of just, well, here's what we're told to do and everyone's going to do it like this, but have some customization that this would fit where your goals are and what your opportunities look like.
And we're funding to pay for whichever pathway they're
Yeah.
I think the key is making sure we continue to advocate for that. What you said earlier, while I don't disagree that, we could use work keys for our CTE kids, which I'm a huge fan of. The ASVAB for the Air Force and all those other, which I'm very familiar with because my husband's a veteran, they don't have the piece for our special education students, nor are they interested in even have that conversation with us. So, but I just wanted the board to know, I think the piece that makes me uncomfortable is we haven't going forward with all those things that you talked about. Let's make sure that all these other doors are open while we talk about this, closing this other door over here. So again, I'm not opposed to it. I just think it'll be me in the hot seat whenever that funding is at risk. And we have to remember that it'll be a team effort, saying, hey, we agreed that this still needs to be an avenue for kids. It's not a cost savings. We're not going to just rip it out of the budget.
Right.
Sometimes that's what happens. So.
Well, I think, yeah, to that point, Superintendent, I think the language around, look, kids still have to be assessed in terms of, are they ready for that next level, right? I mean, and so we need, that funding should still be there, but it should be more flexible than just the SAT.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And we as a board, I think, need to make sure we don't drop the ball and continue to champion all those options that we just talked about. That's the piece that I'm like, we haven't done that yet. So my heart is beating, but it sounds like we all want that. I just want to make sure we all get back to our offices and our jobs, that we don't forget we still have that hurdle to get over to.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. Okay, good discussion.
So,
I get a look, somehow in this rulemaking, like that was a major discussion that could have just kind of slipped through and sort of a broader discussion of all these little changes. Like, you know what I mean? There's little changes don't mean a damn thing to anybody. And then they're like major system changes. Somehow we've got to highlight the major system changes.
We'll figure out a way to
Yeah,
do
okay,
that better next time.
cool, yeah. Sorry, Tracy, go ahead.
So before we skip down to all the changes in the assessment section, the other change was just to add at the middle school level language that said that they needed to also provide instruction on career, now I just lost the word. Career information, so understanding what careers are out there. And this is specific to the previous discussions that the board has had. In fact, Linda in particular, about the requirement for a course at the middle school level in that area and requiring a course. So different at the middle school level than the high school level in the sense of where we identify actual credits. There's a list of minimum things that must be included in the sense of instruction. And so career information would be included now in that list. So jumping past the little changes to our next big piece, it's the assessment section in the rule, which starts on page 19 of tab 1, and it's the comprehensive assessment program schedule. So it does move the high school Idaho Standards Achievement Test for English Language Arts and Math from grade 10 to grade 11, based on what the Accountability Oversight Committee presented this last time. And I would note that the board can reject any of these pieces now or reject them later at the pending stage based on what public comment that comes forward. It's kind of
if you're ready to move forward in the sense of at least getting it out there for public comment, we would move forward with the proposed rule. If you want to give it another year or so to percolate, then we can remove it now and then it won't be included.
Well, this is all consistent with recommendations out of the AOC, right? So I say we move forward and get public comment.
And we've been circling this for years.
Yeah.
And so,
And AOC was unanimous that the test ought to be at 11th. What's still out there to be discussed is the asymptomatic test for 11th grade. So that'll get some more discussion, but everyone, it was unanimous that it ought to be at 11th, not 10th grade.
Yes. But any of these changes, Tracy, so I understand, would not impact this current school year. We're looking at 22, 23.
right,
Yes.
I lose track of the years.
yeah.
Yes.
Around like there.
So the next section that is a larger policy change is to add the chronic absenteeism to the state accountability framework and replace the engagement surveys with chronic absenteeism in the accountability framework.
So this is a huge one. Those who've been on the board will remember that when we originally did our plan and we put it out for, with options for the districts, chronic absenteeism was the recommendation that came from the AOC, and nobody liked that. And so we went with these surveys, which have had some, we've had some impact. And so it's, this is another place where the AOC was absolutely unanimous that we need chronic absenteeism is the factor that most states have in their plan. And it is, if you can manage that, it does move the needle significantly. So, I'm sure
Mr. President, I would just add that the reason in the beginning we didn't do it is because it was a very hot button, and we got a lot of pushback. But I think I agree that is the way to go. And we have a lot of people in the legislature that want more parental involvement pieces. They want to see us address those kids that are dropping out of the system. I mean, and there is a direct correlation as we send home in districts, the letter we call it, when you've had your 9 absences about to hit 10, that there's a direct correlation between attendance and academics. And so I do think now, I think folks understand that it's not avoidable. It is a key and factor in a kid's career, but it just was not in the beginning. Linda, I'm sure you remember, was not palatable, but I think this is a good time.
And districts were reporting the chronic absenteeism, it was a rule anyway, right? But they didn't want it as this measure. Debbie, you want to add?
Yeah, so there was a lot of learning that took place on how to look at it, because it's not simply at the end of the semester you say, well, Johnny wasn't at school a lot of days. There's a way that it's a percentage of how often or how long you've been in school and how much that student has been in school relative to how long you've been in school. It's a way to approach it. And so like I said, well, I don't want to restate it, but it's not simply just saying at the end of the semester, well, you weren't there a lot. And so I think that there needs to be some support and training on how we approach it, because we don't want to just have districts report it. The quality measure is intended to be effective at the local level. I mean, we look at it, but the ones who need to be looking at it to influence how student academic success and other measures or other inputs, that's what we want it to be about.
About tracking.
Right.
Well, the districts that do this well know exactly who those kids are who are struggling with chronic, and they put plans together within the first 2 weeks of school, right? In terms of how are we gonna engage this kid?
Yeah.
We always knew who they were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, any questions about any of this? This is an important section. I move to approve the proposed rule docket number 08-0203-2101 as submitted in attachment 1.
Second.
Thank you, Debbie. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Since we just concluded rules, can I just make two comments?
Absolutely.
And I kind of, and I don't know what we can do, what we can't do, but just having heard this discussion for the last hour, because as you say, Tracy, that this is really a first, what I'm trying to think about from a high level is how do we use this collective body's knowledge and time in the most effective way? And the discussion we just had in the last 15 minutes was an example of that, where we're really talking about issues that are system wide. So I'm not sure there's how we make this change. We don't need to resolve it today, but maybe offline. I would be personally totally comfortable with a lot that we because of the first reading that we give the PPGA the authority to decide what do we call it, the proposed level, what has to come to the board and which one doesn't, and we'll have just if the PPGA could say put all these smaller changes out for public comment and then just bring them back once they're more final. I don't know if that's possible. It's not possible. All right. So then the question is, how do we just got to figure out a way to use this body's time more effectively and highlight. Like, to me, we should have had like 90% of this time should have been on those major policy issues that are embedded in the rules. You know what I mean?
Probably what we can do better and we'll do for next time will be to extrapolate out and highlight those, even though we have to go through the process of.
Okay.
We have to go through the process, but we can do a better job of highlighting what the major changes are.
Yeah.
I think we'll work on that.
Because for me, and this is my personal statement, so many of these, I trust our subject matter experts. You all are pulling together people who really know the details. I have no value to add to some of these details. And so what I want to make sure this group and others do, like Dr. Clark has a lot more experience, Superintendent Navarro, but for me, I can have very little conversation. But where I can help is sort of on the strategy issues around what's going to really move the system forward. And at least at this level, that's the more time we can spend there, I think, the better. So anyway, more of a comment than a
Let's see if we can
question.
figure out a way to streamline it a bit and still meet the requirements.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Because we go over,
Keep me
we
within the lines.
go over all this in detail in the committee meeting, of course, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Couldn't agree with that more, Kurt.
All right, thanks, Bill. All right, next,
The end is in sight.
I can see it, yeah.
So we have an amendment to our ESSER state plan. Tracy has the most current information from the heads.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the board did in June approve the ESSER SEA state plan. The feds asked for some additional clarification. Those amendments are provided in your agenda material. They're not substantive in the sense of what the board originally approved. They're just articulating it in a different way. The majority of the changes in section D in particular are more of a restructuring and restating of what the board already approved. We then received additional comments Monday from the U.S. Department of Education based on this draft. And so they did ask for just some more specific language, noting that we do understand that the funding that is allotted for, as an example, the summer programs, there's a certain percentage of the SEA's 3% that has to be used for summer programs. That piece of the 3% will only be used for summer programs. So I did highlight those added changes, but they are in your material as well, but also they're non-substantive from what the board originally approved.
So again, I think kudos to the people who developed the plan, because it's amazing that the feds had such small items for us.
And this is my recollection. This is a plan that we approved in June. That's for the $142 million roughly that we talked about yesterday. Do we have a sense of how many state plans nationally have been approved at this point, Sherry?
I haven't looked lately, but in the very beginning, when we got notice that ours was approved with conditions, not many had gotten through, but I think since then some more have. But I know a couple of my fellow superintendents across the nation, one in particular, had to go back to the drawing board and start over completely. So, I mean, they're really looking for that stakeholder engagement. So
So if we approve this today, we will resubmit this and any
Yes,
sense of
with those-
timing on?
Right away, we did those changes,
Okay.
those minimum.
Yeah, great.
we'll have to sign it, Kurt, you and myself, and then we'll get it submitted.
Motion.
Yes.
I move to approve the Idaho ARP SEA state plan as provided in attachment 1 and authorize the board president to sign the ARP SEA state plan as the representative of the state education agency.
Is there a second? Sean, any discussion of the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes.
And the final item on the PPGA agenda this morning is the research findings on the impact of COVID on high school grades. Kathleen is prepared to make that report for us.
Great, thank you.
She's going to move up there.
And
So you can hear me.
Yeah, Matt, while Kathleen is getting up to this is something that both board member Liebig and board member Critchfield had asked, last fall as we were heading into this train wreck and wanting to have some quantifiable data of what the impact was on our students. And so that's been a lot of work that Kathleen's put in to develop these findings that she's about to present to you. Okay.
Wonderful.
Now I feel like I am in the hot seat.
So thanks for all your effort on this, Kathleen. Look forward to seeing what you have to present. There's probably not a more important topic that we as a board have to deal with than the impact of this on our students. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Will you push your microphone?
Is everybody keep it on? I'll keep it on like this.
It should be red if it's on.
It is
Red
not.
for hot.
Just talk loud.
None of them are red. No, I don't see it on there. Oh, no.
So to raise your voice.
You must not have turned it on.
I have a hard time with the medium voice.
Just talk to the board like you talk to me.
Thank you, Mr. President, Madam Chair, and members of the board. My name is Kathleen McHugh. I am the Chief Research Officer at the State Board of Education, and I'm here to present my findings on the impact of COVID on high school student outcomes. So there were 3 papers that came out of this research. The first is really just using the existing data that we had to characterize the local education agencies' instructional delivery models. I'll talk a little bit about the limitations of this data. We know it's not 100% correct. The next paper is, I then examined the impact of the instructional delivery models on 9th grade students' GPAs and the likelihood that student would have a GPA that would make them eligible for the Opportunity Scholarship or the Direct Admissions Group of Age program. And then finally, what I'm working on right now is I'm examining the impact of COVID on math and English grades in high school. I would love feedback, especially on this final part where the paper is not done yet. There's a lot of things to consider in modeling these sorts of relationships, and you can come really close and then not have it be able to be used. So I'd rather have you guys tell me, okay, this is interesting, but for us to be able to act on it, we would need to see this kind of estimation. And I guess my other disclaimer is, some of you know this, I'm an economist by training, and I used to work with Marines. So whatever comments you have, I've heard worse.
Is there any way to look at it relative to ISAT scores? That's probably the most objective measure we have, right? There's also always some subjectivity to the grade or.
So I did not look. Tracy, you took your mask off. you want to talk. Can you always wear a mask? Then we'll always know.
Mr. President, you will always know when I want to talk. But the Accountability Oversight Committee in particular is doing a dive into those ISAT scores. So.
Okay, great.
I did not want to duplicate efforts or look at things. I wanted to have a separate
Perfect, okay,
attempt.
yeah, that's great, so that work will be here, then that'll add to your body now, so thank you, yeah.
So as Kevin Whitman yesterday pointed out, the data that was collected on the instructional delivery models is not perfect. We know that it may not be quite precise. So what I did is I took that imprecise data and tried to make 3 different classifications that were broad, yet would still be useful. So the first type of classification was in person. So did a district operate in person for the entire time? I collected this data about in mid-February, so from when they opened until mid-February. The second was hybrid. Did a district did they use a hybrid model at any point during that time period, but not a strictly online model? And then the third was online. So that is districts that at any point went completely online.
And this is through the course of the whole year?
This is through the end of February. So at that point, districts were not going back. Like a district that had been in person, I don't think any of them then went hybrid at that point.
Okay, so this is the model up to February last year.
Right.
I got it, okay, yep.
So almost half of LEAs were in person. However, these tended to be small, so they only served about a quarter of students. A little over a third were classified as hybrid. They served more students, about 44%, and only 13% were classified as online. However, they served almost 30% of students, so the largest districts were hybrid or online. I kept out established virtual schools because those were schools that always operate online. And so while they were online, it wasn't different from the year before. So this is just a map of the models across the state. The boundaries, the lighter boundaries are school district boundaries, and then the heavier boundaries are education region boundaries. So you can see there's vast areas across Idaho where students were really in person for the most part. The online districts are mainly in Region 3, and they're mainly in the suburbs and cities of Region 3. So then I used those classifications to look at whether or not there was an impact of those instructional delivery models on 9th grade GPAs. So I compared the ninth graders' GPAs as of March 2020, which was right before the disruptions of COVID, with March 2021. So 9th graders, GPAs of 9th graders in March 2020, GPAs of 9th graders in March 2021. I wasn't following individual students, just the class cohort.
Question on that,
Yes.
if it's okay to
Yes, there we go,
interrupt the
yeah.
presentation. How did you handle the districts where they went to pass fail?
So this is the GPAs, and this would have been recorded prior to that. So this would have been early March. So they submitted their grades in IC in early March, their GPAs.
But you were comparing 2019 to 2020?
Those in March 2020 with March 2021.
So you were looking at GPAs of the first semester, 9th
It would have
graders?
been, I think, through the third semester, through early March or early February. Because it's not, some of the schools are on trimesters, so it's not necessarily
Okay.
semesters, but through IC, you submit it through a specific date.
Okay. I guess my question is, you accounted for that somehow?
It would have been the GPAs, it would have been however the school accounted for the pass-fail in their GPAs. If that makes sense in the 2021 data?
Not really, but I guess, let me ask it a different way. I just want to make sure that what we're looking at, that you were able to make whatever accommodations or adjustments you needed to make, so that knowing that there were districts who did pass fail, that we have a true picture of the comparison.
I believe I did.
Okay.
Because the data that I collected, the comparison data would have been prior to the pass fails.
Okay.
And then the data that I collected that could have included, it would have been just the GPAs for the 2020-21 school year, when schools, I don't think we're using pass-fail as much. So we sort of excluded the time period when they were using pass-fails. So what I found is that there was not a statistically significant impact for districts that were in person on either the change in GPA, and related to that, the share of students who would be eligible for the Opportunity Scholarship or the Direct Admissions Group of 8 letter. I did find statistically significant impacts on 9th grade GPA for hybrid and online schools. So about a 0.13 point decrease in GPA for 9th graders in hybrid schools, and about a 0.09 decrease in GPAs for online schools. And this, if the students do not raise their GPAs, this will impact their eligibility for the scholarship and direct admissions programs. I also looked, this paper was in the agenda material, so I'm not going to present all the different subgroups that I looked at. Tracy smiles. But there were differential impacts for migrant and English language learner students.
Looks like they were much more significant.
Yes. So projecting, if these students do not increase their GPA, when they are set to graduate, there's going to be about 580 fewer white students eligible for these programs, which would be a 4% decrease from the number of those students eligible that would have been eligible had the GPAs remained the same. About a 250 fewer Hispanic students, or a 10% decrease. 400 fewer economically disadvantaged, which would be a 12% decrease. 100 fewer English language learner students, about a 22% decrease, and 30 fewer migrant students, about a 19% decrease. So these students, they now have to raise their GPAs over the next 3 years in order to become eligible for these programs.
What's the problem?
Mr. President, just a comment, this is there. This was a methodology, that Kathleen is using to measure the impact on learning and growth in terms of the direct admissions and opportunity scholarship. I mean, there may be other methods, but this was one that we could get our arms around. These are programs that we know have defined GPA requirements, and just measuring progress towards those.
And I would agree with Matt. There are definitely other approaches. I like on questions like this, I really like to approach it, have different people approach it, because it shouldn't be sensitive. If there is really an impact, you should pick it up with a variety of different types of estimation methods. And if you're only picking up the impact based on one estimation model and very specific assumptions, then you might be a little worried that it rests entirely on those specific assumptions you made about the data.
Well, it confirms what we've been talking about, Dr. Clark, that we know there's been unfinished learning, and it's been more significant for our underserved populations. This data just confirms that. I mean, but we're going to have to talk about this further. Not today, but further at some point.
Well, the issue is how to accelerate learning.
Yeah.
And that's a big training issue.
So the last part of the research is I examined the impact of COVID on the probability a student would receive a D or F in 6 courses. So geometry and algebra 1, and then English language arts 1 through English language arts 4. So I collected the grades on these courses for the last 5 years. I only included data from 2018-19 through 2020-21 because there were, especially in math,
there were changes in how the math courses, what grades they were usually taught at. And I can't remember the name of the integrated math courses, the prevalence of those. And I don't want to pick up impacts, those sorts of impacts. I want to pick up the impact of this past year.
And remind me, geometry 9, algebra 1's 10, is that?
Algebra 1 is 8th and 9th.
Okay.
And it's not clean. I mean, there's students who take it at different grades.
Okay.
I constrained them to what the most common grade was for each course.
Okay.
And one of the reasons why we went with these particular courses is because they're part of the high school graduation requirement.
And Dr. Hill is here.
Ninth grade algebra is one of those readiness benchmarks.
Yeah.
We've looked at.
And so the way I modeled this is basically the outcome is 1, was there a D or F recorded in the grades submitted to IC for these courses? 0, none of the grades submitted to IC was a D or F. I thought Dr. Hill would like to know that. So, and just to be specific, the research question was, were students more likely to receive a D or F in the specified courses in 2020-21 compared to 2018-19, holding individual level student characteristics constant, so such as race, ethnicity, economic disadvantage, prior academic achievement for some of the estimations, and the school attended constant. I wanted to see if, like students who are attending the same school, are their grades different? And in the sort of estimation I did, you have to pick a comparison year, and the 2018-19 year was the cleanest one.
And what is the definition of consistency in attendance?
Oh, the school attended constant?
Same school.
Same school.
Just same school.
Yep.
It's not attendance in the school, it's enrollment.
Enrollment.
Okay. That's what I did.
Thank you. And it is basically in the, I always think people are more interested in the estimation method than what they are. But yes, I held the school enrolled constant. So again, and the decrease or increase compared to 2018-19, this is a probability that a student would receive a D or F. So an increase is a higher probability they would receive a D or F, so it is not good. In all the courses, students were more likely to receive a D or F in 2020-21 and then in 2018-19.
This is the credit recovery piece.
And Kathleen, those are all statistically significant.
Yes, in all these slides, I only am reporting statistically significant effects. So it's not to, just to keep the focus on those. So, I then looked at the different instructional delivery models as I did in the previous paper. There were some statistically significant impacts in the in-person group. The most consistent impacts were in the hybrid, the schools that were classified as hybrid. So, and those also were a little bit larger except for the Algebra 1 impact in the online school. So these effects are statistically significant compared to 2018-19. I then compared whether between the 3 models, if the impacts were different, and I used the in-person group as the comparison group. So in the hybrid model, the ELA 3, the Algebra 1, and geometry, those impacts were all, they were statistically significant, and they were statistically significantly different from the in-person group.
I guess that's not surprising as I think about it, right? Yeah, those kids, the hybrid kids had more day-to-day disruption. They were probably being educated by teachers who hadn't necessarily pedagogically been trained in delivering online education. I mean, a lot of reasons it could be, but I guess it doesn't surprise me.
And I think this is where we really would love to have the better data that Kevin Whitman was talking about yesterday, because we just need to understand more what schools were doing. And perhaps there are some schools that could be classified better. I'm certain there are better and more useful classifications than these. So then I did a couple of subgroup comparisons.
Peter, I'm sorry, yeah, Peter.
We can take a question from Tina Geller.
Yeah, for sure.
Kathleen, the not significant on geometry, do you have any, is that an outlier? What do you, it just strikes me as that's not significant, but most of the others were. Any thoughts on that?
So I'm going to scooch back a slide. What I did notice is that the impact seemed to decline for the higher grades. And geometry is a 9th, 10th, or 11th grade. So it could be that this was most disruptive for students who were transitioning, let's say, into high school, or didn't have a relationship. They were going into a new school, didn't necessarily have a relationship with the teachers.
Almost a maturity, maybe a
A maturity thing as well.
Geometry is very visual.
So I compared just a couple of subgroups, and this has to do with the estimation strategy I used. I wanted to make sure I didn't have too small a groups in the comparison for technical reasons, and I can explore later on how sensitive it is to the number of students in each group. So that's why I chose only white students and Hispanic students, is because there's the most students in those groups. For the most part, there were statistically significant impacts for both white students and Hispanic students. The only one where the Hispanic students, the difference was different than white students, was in ELA 1. However, this is holding the school constant. So this is white students versus Hispanic students in the same school. And it is possible that there's sorting between schools and that the overall impact could be greater. And that's something I need to figure out how to model that sorting. And then I also looked at economically disadvantaged versus not economically disadvantaged impacts as well. And again, all the impacts are statistically significant. However, they're not statistically significantly different than from each other in the same school.
So, just say that last thing again. So a white student and a Hispanic student in the same school would have suffered similarly.
Yes.
Say that again.
A white student and a Hispanic student in the same school suffers similarly. So they will all hurt uniformly.
Yeah.
But
they were all hurt, but in a
Yeah.
uniform way.
Yeah.
All right.
At least that, in that I could measure. This is.
Yeah, I understand. Up to the limits of measurability. I got it.
It's the estimation method is not precise, because I'm looking. Dr. Carroll, I still want to talk about it, and I still know nobody else wants to do it.
You can talk offline.
And let's see. So that's where I'm at right now. I need to take these results and these models to the Accountability Oversight Committee and say, could you use this as it is? Could you use this if I tweaked it? Can you use the data that I've cleaned in order to estimate these models? Because all of that work is done, and there would be no need for them to redo any of that work. I like to refine estimates. If we get better data on the instructional delivery models, I'd like to incorporate that. I really like to test sensitivity of the model to any of my assumptions, both in how I clean the data and assign students to different schools, plus just the underlying assumptions that are inherent in the model I chose to use. I don't want the results to be sensitive to any specific assumption about how the data is distributed or how I clean the data. And then I'd like to update this next year to see if these impacts, if they are persistent or not, or if it was a 1 year only.
Kathleen, we need to see this with the unfinished learning committee too. The one thing that I just had in the back of my mind, I don't know how to resolve it, is I know for a fact, and talking to teachers from some districts, that they did not hold their students accountable for the hybrid part of the grade. So when they were in the mix, when the students were coming every other day, that many of them didn't take grades for the online part. So there's no way to factor that in to how realistic the grades they got were.
The only way I captured this is by including the school level fixed effects, is that if a school, compared to all other schools, if they were more lenient in their grading, then that would be captured in their fixed effect.
Okay.
But I couldn't include a fixed effect of both a year school fixed effect combined and still estimate the model.
Well, it's an interesting approach that you've taken. I think it's very useful data. We need to share it widely, and as we look at how we resolve this issue through accelerate. I mean, we have to accelerate the learning phase because they don't have an extra year somewhere. So this will be very helpful.
And I do welcome all comments on how to make it more helpful.
Dave?
Well, I was just going to help myself think about it. One, it confirms our intuition. 5 points, 6 points doesn't really matter. We know there's a lot of kids out there. It seems by and large, using the GPA, however robust that is, that it was across the board. It didn't significantly damage one group with respect to another, but the earlier data did seem to show that the usual suspects were damaged more. So should I learn any more than that, Kathleen, from it?
And Dr. Hill, I didn't look at the English learners or migrant students in this last bit of analysis because of the small sample sizes.
Okay, but it's reasonable. It will probably translate through.
I would imagine.
So not only do we have to look year to year, because remember this is comparing two different groups of students in the same fact. We've got to follow the cohort in some sense because they're the ones that are damaged. So we have to make sure we don't look at the wrong data. And then ultimately down the road, as you said right at the beginning, standardized testing is going to be the cleanest benchmark. And then when this cohort arrive at going to college, we need to look at our direct admissions policy and everything else associated with this cohort, because I think we have to consider them as a whole as disadvantaged in some sense, whatever we do to recover them. So that's what I learned. I don't know, there may be other things.
I think it's a great summary. Yeah. Debbie?
I think when Kevin adds, or however the coordination and combination take place between Kevin and Kathleen, to me, this is a new baseline of sorts of how we go approach all of this. I mean, the gaps we assumed and expected would be there. This helps confirm that. And there'll be a number of things. And I like how Dave is thinking long-term about tracking the cohorts and not just at the 9th grade level, but every grade throughout. It really will influence policies, dollars, approach to how we do everything.
I think it may come out quicker than that. Kathleen studied the 9th grade cohort, so we know the impact there. But think about that kid who was in 10th grade spring when COVID hit.
Absolutely.
Lost their 10th grade spring, disrupted all 11th grade. Now they're coming to their senior year, and who knows what's going to happen, right?
Right.
So I think some of these issues are going to, from a policy standpoint, and some of these thresholds around, we're going to have to be dealing with
absolutely
this year.
Well, the issue at high school is more immediate.
Right.
Because the students just don't have the time we have. If we can recapture and accelerate the learning down below, because we can spread it out over time.
Catch up.
The intervention of the high school it's gotta
Well,
happen.
I know our higher ed presidents are listening to this conversation, but they, they're gonna, the remediation is that's gonna need to happen there. It's gonna be
Gonna be a massive.
But I think the double whammy is, as a state, we weren't where we want to be with proficiency anyway.
Right.
And so here you compound or add to extremely challenging problem.
The one good thing is that our institutions of higher ed are set up now with the supports in math and English.
Coming out of CCA work.
Because those will, because of the
Co-requisite.
because
Thank heavens.
those are the areas that they'll see the impact most drastically.
Yeah, and I saw some more of those investments and some of the stuff we're gonna be
Yes.
looking at later today, so. Well, minimum, thank you, Kathleen, for that presentation, all that hard work. Any other questions for Kathleen?
President Lebeck, if I could
Yeah.
address, I looked at ninth grade GPA because it was the one GPA that was not going to be buffered by any non-COVID years. So it would have the most impact. The 10th grader had at least had a normal year, normalish.
The northern ninth grade.
Normalish.
Normalish.
But at a minimum, getting this work in front of the work that Dr. Clark is leading around unfinished learning, I think is going to be critical, and you can embed that in some of those plans. And then I think, I don't know, so PPGA would need to bring forward some policy recommendations around some of these other things. Is that where that would go?
I believe so.
Okay. All right, thank you.
We're finished.
There was a point there in the tunnel, I wasn't seeing the end of the tunnel.
Oh, thank you for your endurance. This is just a meeting where an awful lot comes to PPGA, but we all take our turn during the year.
Exactly. Okay, I'm gonna recommend a break. Can we take a 15-minute break and back at 11:15? That work?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Can we get off mute?
Go live.
Okay, I'll call the meeting back into order. Superintendent Ibarra had to step out for a moment for another phone call, so we expect her back here during this meeting, and Bill Gilbert should be joining us. But we do have a quorum. So with that, Dr. Hill, I'll turn it over with a caveat that you should try to get through your materials more quickly than Dr. Clark.
That's a very low bar.
But in terms, just for the boards and public, what we're going to try to do here is get through the bar agenda within the next hour. We'll take a 30-minute break for lunch and then come back and conclude with URSA, but with the hope of being complete sometime between 1:30 and 2 o'clock. So with that, Dr. Hill, the floor is yours.
No pressure, right?
No.
All right, the first item on the bar agenda is the FY 2023 budget requests. And I'm going to turn it over to Todd. I just briefly, Todd, if you could go through the background. Unfortunately, Bill is not here. I was hoping that you could give him the color commentary of how it all gets put together. But still, I'm not sure when he's joining us, so go through it anyway.
Okay.
In the middle.
Will do. So thank you, Chairman Hill. As we put the line items together as part of the agency request, in the past, if we were able to ask for additional items, the board has always set guidelines, generally 2 line items and 5%, and that's what the board actually set in April. However, in June, the Division of Financial Management gave the institutions a 3.1% cap on any further requests. The previous way it had been done, any EWA, that's enrollment workload adjustment calculation, was added in addition to the line items. And there was always a placeholder for 1% change in employee compensation. When the 3.1% cap was put on for the institutions, that also included the EWA calculation. So that has to be deducted from that 3.1% or make it part of it. Occupancy costs and a 1% change in employee compensation placeholder. What that did for our institutions was it sped up the timeline of getting the data together for enrollment workload adjustment so they could calculate it. Normally that's done mid to late August, but had to be done in July to be able to, for people to put their budgets together. So normally the board would see a first run at line items in June and be able to give some review or feedback to them, and then again here at the August meeting. Because of just the changes in the timeline and the narrow window that existed as a result of that, the institutions had to put all of that information together really between the very middle of July to the beginning of August and now. And so they brought these line items forward within that 3.1%. There was no flexibility within that. Doesn't just include all of our colleges and universities. We also have other agencies, and the graduate medical education program also fell within that 3.1%. We'll talk about their budget requests when we come to that report on URSA, but that is part of this overall budget request. And so just thanks to the institutions for putting a lot of work in on a very, very short timeline to try to be able to put these line items together for request. Once the board approves these, they are submitted in the budget to the governor's office. The governor goes through that, makes recommendations to the legislature from there. So this is how the additional line items are built for the appropriation process.
So this is just a first step. The governor gets to weigh in, and then the legislative body gets to weigh in on these. So,
Dr. O'Connor, ask a couple questions.
Please do.
So this is kind of a goofy process that's out of our control. Is how I look at it. So, but that's how I understand what's happening here. Our higher ed institutions are highly complex entities, right? With public money, tuition money, philanthropy, auxiliary revenues, big operations. What we're talking about here is the public money, and where the state comes to them and says, hey, we think you're going to get X amount more next year. How would you use it, right? And then they're then submitting these line items to get that one small piece. Is that how I think? But in terms of what the institutions are actually doing in their broader strategy and budgeting, it's much bigger than this.
It is much.
Right? But they still have to go through all this work to say, here's how I would use that, whatever it is, 2-3%. Is that how to think about it? So we're sort of backing into, and I'm sure the university is just moving things around the plate. They're saying, all right, we're going to fund these 2 initiatives with this little piece, but they have a whole bunch of other strategies that they're executing against within their broader models. Am I thinking about that right?
Yes, President Liebig, that would be a correct assessment. And I think for the institutions, this is how they request the state appropriation through the legislative process, as opposed to how they might use tuition dollars or anything else. These are their specific requests just for that portion of funding.
And President Liebig, I would add, this is somewhat unusual in having, a cap of the maximum amount that your budget can increase by at this stage of the process. Normally that would happen. When JPAC starts setting budgets, for example, they'll have a target that they're looking at. But in the summer, to have a 3.1% cap across the board for all agencies and institutions is unusual. So that's why when you say backing into it, that's not normal. And normally institutions can ask for what they want. I mean, the state board might have its own cap, but not from the governor's office.
Yeah, but we set a limit on the norm.
Yes, yeah.
So it's not an unconstrained ask.
Correct, that's correct. Okay, I just want to make sure I understand the process, thank you.
Yeah, so you have a very long laundry list of items from the system-wide, each institution, CTE, community colleges, etc. I don't think it's useful to go line by line, but I will take questions, and there is an action at the end of this. Does anybody have any questions?
I have a question. Well, go ahead, Tom.
I just wanted to mention there, I shared with you an additional document today. Every once in a while something comes in after the deadline, and so after board materials were submitted, ISU sends money off to a college in Nebraska for the Idaho Dental Education Program. That actually got posted on July 3rd, which meant it was in this current fiscal year. So they had to take the money from last fiscal year, revert it back, and they're asking for an additional supplemental request so they can make, in essence, 2 payments in this fiscal year. But they had to revert the money from last year back to the state. And so that's just come up in the last week or so. We worked with ISU and the Division of Financial Management to come up with this approach. So you have that in front of you. I just wanted it to be clear and transparent to you that will be part of this. And we've added a sentence to the motion to allow our executive director to make any additions for supplemental things like this after the fact.
Matt, did you have a comment?
Just a question for Todd. So that for the 3.1% cap, enrollment workload adjustment has to fit within that. Correct. Okay. And so do we have institutions whose EWA essentially chews all that up so there's not any room for line items?
There's a little bit of room in the Idaho state budget. The only other institution that had a positive EWA was the College of Eastern Idaho, and this is the first year that was calculated. And the governor's office said they wanted to encourage them, so they gave them a dispensation that they could ask for the 3.1% and get EWA on top of it. But other than that, those were the only 2 institutions with a positive EWA.
Dave, one more question. Explain why our board's looking at the 2-year schools. Is that not, they each have governing bodies?
They do, Mr. President. This is because it is part of this appropriation process, and because it goes through our office to the governor's office to the legislature. That's why the 2-year institutions bring this portion through us.
Thank you.
We're kind of a pass-through for the community colleges. Traditionally the board has given a lot of autonomy to the local boards and what their priorities are.
So presumably their governance boards have reviewed this.
Work under that assumption.
Yeah. Thank you.
I will go to motion.
And the motion is different from the one in the board book. So I have a slide, it's not got an extra sentence at the end. I'll take my mask off to read it so I'm clear. I move to approve the line items for the agencies and institutions as listed in attachments 1 and 2, and to authorize the executive director to approve the maintenance of current operations and line item budget requests for agencies and institutions due to the Division of Financial Management and Legislative Service Offices on September 1st, 2021. Not yet.
Oh, sorry.
You gotta have the extra sentence.
Got it.
I further move to authorize the executive director to approve any additional supplemental requests as necessary.
I still second.
Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I'm an aye, I didn't get it out in time.
Okay. Bill, welcome back.
Yeah, Zoom shut down for a minute.
All right, I can catch you up offline on.
I've been on for about the last 5. I'm good.
Okay, all right.
So the next is a sort of companion activity, and this is the capital budget request. And again, Todd, for Bill's benefit, if nobody else, if you could provide a commentary about why it's done that way here.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. So there are really 2 portions of this. One, take the mask down here. One has to do with the capital budget requests that work through, again, to the board, to the governor's office, to the legislature, through the DPW process. The Permanent Building Fund Advisory Committee reviews these capital budget requests, and they make recommendations to the governor and to the legislature about those requests. The institutions are encouraged to submit capital budget requests for any new capital projects. However, the second part of this is that each institution every year has to establish a 6-year capital plan. This is for the board's approval, and institutions cannot move forward on any fundraising, even if they were going to fully fund it. They cannot go forward on any fundraising until the board approves that it's on that 6-year capital plan. So there's 2 portions of this: the request for capital request that works through DPW and the Permanent Building Fund Advisory Committee, and then the 6-year capital plans.
Questions or comments on process or the contents of the plans? Sorry, I'll take the mask off again. Questions or comments on the process, how this functions?
Can we just speak briefly, and Todd, maybe about the effort to understand the amount of deferred maintenance that exists on across the public system? Because, one of the concerns I have just broadly about capital is, we have an enormous physical plan already at our institutions. Many of our buildings are quite aged. It's going to take a significant amount of investment just to keep these facilities to where we want them, to deliver the experience we want to our students. So I just generally have a broad concern of where should we be focusing on it? Should we focus on new stuff or bringing the existing stuff up? And I know the governor, can you maybe speak to what the governor's asked and how that might fit into some of these conversations?
So thank you, President Levick. There's also an alteration and repair request that the institutions can make of DPW. Historically, those have not been approved by the board before they go to the Permanent Building Fund. But the governor did in June issue an executive order asking for a statewide assessment of facilities assessment of all state buildings. And so the goal is to try to quantify the amount of deferred maintenance in all of the state agencies and try and calculate and prioritize that. That work, they've asked any agency or institution to submit within this month. They had to submit any work that they've already done on that so that we're not paying someone to duplicate efforts that already exist. And so DPW is actually working on that and trying to develop a long-term strategy. Potentially there could be some state funding additionally to address the question of deferred maintenance, which is a challenge everywhere. And I shared with President Levick earlier this morning, one of the benchmarking agencies that does consulting on this topic has suggested that it's roughly $110 a square foot for higher ed institutions across the nation. So for every square foot of property, there's about $110 of deferred maintenance according to their study. So it's a massive undertaking everywhere, but this is a state-led initiative to try to address some of those alteration and repair needs that seem to be perpetuated.
And do each of our institutions have a point person in this effort who's helping collect that data for whoever's doing the work?
Correct. We've reached out through the finance vice presidents and their teams, and they've submitted information through us back to DPW to make sure that they have all of that information in front of them.
Yeah, I think the institutions knew pretty much where their deferred maintenance was because it's such an obvious and hits you in the face problem, and they're constantly having to work at the heat plant here, the heat plant at Boise State, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
These are crucial issues.
And do you think when I say we, state board, institutions will have a voice at the table once that list starts to become prioritized beyond just higher ed, or any idea how that process is going to work?
We've not been told how that process will work, President Weebick. We did. Initially, DPW was going out to try to get a deferred maintenance study for the Chinden campus, for the Capitol Mall, and they actually included higher education in that. And I was able to help in the selection of the vendor that they were going to be working with. So they are aware that there's significant need in our higher ed institutions, but how this moves forward, we're just not sure at this point.
And it doesn't include K-12. This is just, okay.
I would comment, having lived this in a different context. When you're on an annual budget cycle with dealing with appropriated funds of some form or other, be federal or state, the tendency is to fix when you should replace, because you look at it over 1 year instead of the potential lifetime. I don't know if we'll get a voice in that, but there's some things, even if it's $110 a foot, you just should not fix. They're beyond it, and you're just perpetuating the problem. But it's defeated by the annual cycle. So whatever the process has to be, it needs to have a strategic decision component about, replace or repair.
Fair enough. Thank you.
So there are a long list of capital projects here, and the 6-year plans. You've had an opportunity to read them. I don't propose to address them one by one. I will take questions, but I think it's best if I go to action right away and then take questions after that.
Please do. Yeah.
So this is a dual action. So Linda, you can wait.
I'll let Sean do this.
I move to approve the capital projects listed in the table in attachment 1 from Boise State University, Idaho State University, University of Idaho, and Lewis Clark State College, and to submit projects requesting permanent building funds to the Permanent Building Fund Advisory Council for the FY 2023 budget cycle. And I move to approve the 6-year capital improvement plans for FY 2023 through FY 2028 for Boise State University, Idaho State University, the University of Idaho, and Lewis Clark State College as provided in attachments 2 through 5.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions or discussions on those 2 motions? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thanks to all the work.
There's a
That's no
trust.
small. You need
Yes.
to get that package together for us to talk about it in 3 minutes. So thank you.
Yeah, this, I think that needs to be emphasized. This is an important part of what they do, often for very little return. These things go in and then nothing's funded. But at least it keeps current the understanding of the physical plant and the requirements, strategic, not only repair requirements, but strategic requirements going forward, and helps them in understanding where they need to do the fundraising.
Yeah, I assume it really informs their development plans, right?
Exactly.
So every institution's trying to think about the timing of their next campaign, and having a view of this is certainly.
It's not time wasted on behalf of the institutions. It's part of the overall strategy. The next item, contrary to the agenda, is an information item. That does not mean it's unimportant, to use a double negative. It's the intercollegiate athletic reports. The NC2A require this report from the 3 colleges who are part of the NC2A, and there is an analogous report that the NIAI, to get that the right way around, required of Lewis Clark. You see them in front of you. There's no action required here, but they do require a little piece of your attention, because I believe that the state of Idaho, through its institutions, have a fantastic record of student athlete academic achievement, and something that we as a group should be very proud of. If you look at the scores, you have a nationally ranked football program at Boise State that scores consistently high, but across the board, you see high APRs. In the few cases where they haven't been, and there have been cases like that, there are improvement plans and clear signs of improvement. So I think the athletic directors and the president should be proud of this, and I want to make sure that we note that, even though it's only an information item here. Having said that, are there any requests of comments on any of the specific ones?
How concerned should we be at this level with teams that are, I think I read that the sort of threshold's 930. I'm not exactly sure how the math is done, but if teams fall below that in a given year, is that something that this governing body should be worried about, or at what point do we need to be concerned?
I'll offer my personal opinion that if it falls below it for a given year, it's an indication, but it's not a cause for the board to weigh in. What will happen is the athletic director will put the program on an improvement plan, and we will monitor that. And if it persists, and there have been cases in the past where there have been persistent problems, then I think the board would work with the president and the athletic director to make some sort of structural change. That would be my approach.
Yeah, Dr. Hill, I agree with you. I think that when you look through the numbers, though, it's really pretty darn impressive when you think about how competitive our teams are.
Exactly, and we probably should, well, I tried to put some visibility on it there just for that benefit alone. As I said, information item, so I'll move right on. The next item is Jeff joining us? So the next item is the general manager appointment for Idaho Public TV. So I think the board knows.
Welcome, Jeff.
Welcome, Jeff. Yes.
Thank you.
Ron Pisaneski retired effective the end of July. He announced his intent to retire some months ago, and Matt set up a selection committee, myself, him, Doug Balfour, who's the president of the Friends of the Idaho Public TV Board, Judy Meyer, on the Friends board, and also a former board member here, and Peter Morrill, the former general manager. We decided to do a national search. I think it was very important for whoever was going to be selected that a national search be done. We used a job announcement, the usual ways of doing it. We interviewed some candidates, and we have a final candidate. The committee has unanimously recommends to us, the board, the appointment of Jeff Tucker as general manager. So at this point, should I go to motion, or do you want to cross-examine Jeff? I think most of you know him. He's been around here a long time, and a long time Idaho Public TV employee, director of content, etc.
Just a quick comment for the board's awareness. Since Ron did retire at the end of July, I did appoint Jeff as the interim director during this period.
And if it's any consolation, I hope that I'll leave this room with a shorter title.
We can make it much shorter.
Well, not too short.
Yeah, I'm not sure cross-examination is required. I think the board trusts the work of the search committee.
Okay, so I'll go to action.
Yeah.
I move to appoint Jeff Tucker as the general manager of Idaho Public Television at the rate of $62.50 per hour, effective August 26, 2021.
A second.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Any discussion of the motion?
I just have a comment. should this be successful, it sounds like you need to go visit with Forrest Barber.
Forrest Burger, yes.
Berber. Does he have your nameplate somewhere?
Yeah, we'll have to take his nameplate out to Ron's old room.
Well, I would just say, yeah, Idaho Public Television was such a huge provider of support throughout the state to all kids during this pandemic. I mean, man, the work you all did to get into, our communities and get into our students' homes, a lot of kids who, didn't have access to in-person instruction. I think the work you all have done was just amazing and really helped during the pandemic. And, a lot of your programming specific to Idaho is just terrific. So you've got big shoes to fill. Ron did this amazing job, but speaking for myself, I know you're up for the task. So
absolutely.
Congratulations on this pending vote. And any other?
Yeah, pending.
Yeah, hopefully the vote doesn't go the wrong way.
Never know.
Yeah. Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, congratulations.
Congratulations.
And when I started in 1983 as an intern in high school, this was not in my mind. But I will do the best darn job I can. So, thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, look forward to
And you know you can come back to us for help.
Oh, I may need it.
Look forward to working with you.
Likewise.
All right, the next item on the agenda is Chet. I saw Chet earlier, so yes, he's there, good. Is the system optimization update, and in particular, the transfer of the Falcon high-performance computer. Chet, if you could give us a short version of that, please.
Thank you, President Liebig, Chairman Hill, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Chet Herbst. I'm serving right now as the System Optimization Project Manager for the board. And one of the many projects we're working together more closely as a system and collaboration is the acquisition of a supercomputer from the Idaho National Lab. This is covered. I've included a 2-page information sheet in your agenda books in tab 5, which will cover essentially most of the things I say today. But very quickly, as the INL, who's a major user of high performance computers, upgrades its equipment, it's created the opportunity for them to pass down to the State Board of Education for the benefit of the research universities and others in the state, the use of one of their high performance computers, the Falcon computer. The Falcon acquisition of the Falcon and dedicated use by the institutions would represent almost a 6-fold increase in the capacity in terms of millions of core hours used each year by the institutions. It taps into our longstanding relationships with the INL. Some of you may recall that we had the project, in fact, to construct the Collaborative Computing Center at the INL, as well as the CyberCore facility, for which we cut the ribbon back in October 2019. And it's within the C3 that the Falcon will be housed. One of the great aspects of this very gracious deal is that the equipment would stay in place. Not only that the INL has agreed to provide the electricity and the air conditioning, which those are significant requirements for a computer like this. Again, these will add to and complement some of the computing capabilities that already exist. I see the VPR for Chris Nomura, the VPR for the U of I Online and others. This will complement the CRC capability, a high performance computer U of I, BSU's Bora, high performance computer. And so it represents a significant leap forward in the capability. In fact, it'll place Idaho up in the upper echelons in probably the top 15 or 20 of university and university systems in the United States in terms of its capacity there. We hope that the equipment would be transferred to us via a property loan agreement so that we'd be ready to operate on or about the 1st of January, around January 2022. In the meantime, we've got a team made up of technical experts from the 3 research universities, the University of Idaho, Boise State University, and Idaho State University. They're working right now with us, putting together plans for operations and staffing and equipment for the operation. I'd also like to note that it's not in your notes, but again, as a very generous gesture, the interim CAES, Center for Advanced Energy Studies Director Terry Bragg and Marianne Walk, who's the Deputy Director for Science and Technology at the INL, have agreed that they would fund for 2 years, 3 half FTE positions to help run the operation while the universities get fully up to speed. And so, again, a terrific deal. The U of I has agreed to take the first rotational lead of the operation, to which all of the institutions will have access. And it's very much appreciated. The President Green and the crew at U of I have agreed to do the initial funding for the equipment required, as well as their FTE. So again, a terrific system. This is really a sort of a must-have for significant R1 institutions, Research 1 institutions that want to compete, that want to attract grants, that want to do research today in areas such as genetics, weather, complex problems. So again, basically a great deal for us. I look forward to the chance for some of you to get to lay your eyes on it and visit the facility, and we're working on that as we speak. So again, I commend you to the couple pages in the information handout that talk about Falcon. It's going well. It dovetails nicely with many of our other collaborative projects in the area of information technology. And so then, unless I open up to any questions, if there are any.
So Chet, did you say, Chris, I can't see the small screens here. Is Chris Nomura there?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your question.
I wonder, I thought you mentioned Chris Nomura was there, because maybe this question would be best directed to him, but well, I'll make a statement rather than make it a question. This level of computing power, making available to the universities, I doubt whether there is a university system in the country, or many at least, that have this level of access to computing power. And it's important to be used well. Chet described it well. What he missed is the other thing it can be used to help is recruit faculty, because there are certain faculty who want this level of computing power. When you have this level of computing power, the proximity to the lab, it offers opportunities, I think, to recruit young faculty who are immersed in high performance computing and computing as a tool. And so but as I said, it's important that it be used well and not chopped up into little bits. It's not just to use the, functional computing. It's important that it be used on big problems. So I'll be watching.
And Dr. Hill, I'll provide you with a list of the institutions that have even comparable capability. I didn't want to get into the technical details, but over one petaflop of capability puts you in very select company to be able to do the type of research Idaho needs to build its future. So
this is big computing.
Well,
I'm
Dave,
not sure I ever heard that word.
Petaflop? Gigaflop, petaflop.
Bill, I'm sorry, Bill, were you going to wait?
Yeah, Dave, Dave, this is also something that could dovetail with your other chairmanship, I would think, really, really nicely with iGEM.
Absolutely.
I mean, in terms of offering this through partnerships with the universities to private industry.
Right, exactly. And as I said, I think it's got to be viewed as a strategic asset and not just a commodity resource.
Yeah.
And maybe I can use an example of that. For example, already with our current capability, for example, the Bora high performance computer at BSU is a partnership with the Idaho Power Company and state agencies. And I know that I see Chris Nomura on now. Agriculture throughout the state and other efforts are really helped by the CRC, the core capability within IBEST at the U of I. So this is a great leap forward, and it really, I think, helps justify our vision back a few years ago when we worked with the INL to create these 2 new facilities. So again, thanks for the chance to give you a quick update.
Thank you, Jack. Chris, I don't know if you were listening. I couldn't tell whether you were there. I was really interrogating about the strategic intent about using Falcon rather than just treating it as a commodity resource.
Yeah, so just as a quick comment to everybody, I agree with, I heard what you said and I agree 100%. This is not just an incredible tool for our current faculty, but it also sets a pathway to recruit future faculty at a highly competitive level, because this resource is just not available at most universities nationwide. And so I think we're seeing the benefits of that, even in some of the discussions about even the possibility of this and talking about some faculty recruits that came to the University of Idaho. And I'm sure the same is going to happen at all of our universities that are participating in this project. So it's an incredible opportunity for our higher education ecosystem here. So thank you so much for your support.
Thanks, Chris.
Dave, based on what you've seen in terms of how the institutions are thinking of putting an organizational structure around this, are you comfortable that we've got that structure in place to keep it, as you say, the strategic?
I can't honestly answer yes, but that doesn't mean no is an answer too. It's emerging, right?
Okay, yeah.
You know, I think it's to be seen, and that's why I'm making these sort of little plots to make sure it goes in the right direction.
Fair enough.
We're very fortunate to have Dr. Hill to shepherd this.
Okay. Matt, did you have a comment? I'm sorry.
A question either for Dr. Hill or Todd. So this is coming forward to the board as an information item. Will there be an action item needed in the future, or doesn't rise to that level?
Yes, Chairman Levick, yes, we anticipate that there will be an action item at the October meeting. There will be an agreement that is in the midst of being drafted, and we wanted to give the board kind of the context for that, so that when it came forward in October, you would be aware of what the topic was and why we were coming to you.
Mr. President and Chairman, we hope to have that property loan agreement finally edited and fleshed out by the October meeting with approval by the board in October to set the stage, to give us a little flexibility so that we don't necessarily have to wait until December to have everything in place for the transfer in January.
Great, thank you.
All right, I'll move on. Thank you very much, Chet. I'll move on to the next item, which is the student fee updates. And Todd, if you could, and again, get the background.
Certainly. So as part of the legislative intent language this year, the legislature put in a section requiring that the board would do three things: to create a breakout of student activity fees on the websites. In other words, to make student fees more easily accessible, clear to find; to create a common naming convention for similar activity fees across the institutions; and to evaluate the current list of activity fees assessed to students, determine how and which fees supporting activities, clubs, and organizations, et cetera, can be structured to address the need for access, affordability, and choice. We've had a working group from each of the four institutions, both from the finance side and from the student affairs side, taking a look at these fees. There's a commitment to make the websites happen. Those will be built once the fee structure is completed. The institutions have worked together to try to take all of those fees and sift them into four categories. One would be institutional operations, services, and support, something that's just generally operations for the institutions; student recruitment, success, and engagement; student clubs and organizations; and student health and wellness. And they believe they can take all of those fees, put them into those four categories, so there would at least be commonality among the institutions around this. So as they've come to that, as they've worked through it, as they've addressed a number of the challenges that have arisen and come down to this, we have a meeting scheduled in a couple of weeks in early September, a half-day meeting to work through it, put all of the fees into those categories. They're working on that now, and come back to the board with a final report at the October meeting. But we wanted to give you an update. I would also mention that there was a legislator who kind of set the ball rolling with some proposed legislative language. I have stayed in touch with her, given her an update on where we are with this, just to make sure she's comfortable. And I think she's encouraged and appreciative of all the work that the institutions are doing. So we're making sure that we keep that door of communication open as well. So this is really just an information item this time around in preparation for the October meeting.
And again, because it was a matter of high legislative interest, we thought it important to keep the board informed, and by doing that, keep the public informed of the progress we're making at this point. And it'll be ready for the next legislative season.
Todd, can you just comment on how the institutions brought forward a number of legitimate concerns around heading in this direction? Can you just speak generally to what the structure that they're currently thinking about is workable in there?
Yeah. So I mean, one of the challenges is if you make every fee optional, what happens is then every student has a different financial aid package rather than one financial aid package with all fees. It creates some real logistical challenges for the institutions to have a whole lot of fees. So what they're looking at is to create either a total opt-in or total opt-out for some of those student clubs and organizations, so that students it would be an all or nothing, but it wouldn't create the incredible oversight that it would take if all of those fees were just check this one or check that one, because that creates some real challenges for the financial aid teams to be able to do that per student.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's, Mr. President, I was going to mention that if Todd didn't, but that is, that was originally discussed was characterized as a pick list where a student could literally just go down and pick and choose which ones they were going to pay or not pay. And as Todd and institutions got into this, that just it really begins to collapse under its own weight, because you're literally doing a processing and financial aid package for every individual student. And so by breaking it into these four categories, that makes it more manageable. And again, Todd and I have been in regular contact with Representative Yamamoto, who was the original sponsor of the proposed legislation, and she's satisfied with progress on this to date.
That was going to be my question. Was there a follow-up with her?
Yeah, we've talked to her a couple different times.
Right.
Yep.
Hey, can I ask one question? Todd,
Yeah,
for student fees where, the student bodies agree to contribute for a capital project, so it's been done at, University of Idaho for a Cubidome improvement, or something that's going to go to, I'm sure that's probably a part of Idaho State, what they're doing. What category would that fall under?
That would, Board Member Gilbert, that would fall under the institutional operations services and support.
That's what I was thinking. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and it's not included here, or at least I couldn't find it, but the list of names, the matrix of names and institutions was mind-boggling. I mean, there was a genuine issue here. It really needed to be cleaned up. So
that cleanup, yeah, will help. Okay, Dr. Hill.
all right, that was information item. Any other questions? We'll move on to item number 7, which is Idaho State University Holt Arena Seating Project Construction Financing. This is exactly what it sounds like. Danny is joining us right there. So if you'll explain the project and what you're asking us to do, that would be great.
Welcome, Dan.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Danny Dunstan, Vice President of Operations and Chief of Staff at Idaho State University. President Liebeck, Chairman Hill, members of the board, we have in front of you request for bidding and construction approval for renovations to our Holt Arena. Holt Arena celebrated last year its 50th anniversary. It's a beloved icon on our campus. And we have worked with our very generous partner, Idaho Central Credit Union, to secure philanthropic support for the entirety of this project. So we're very, very grateful to our partners. We are requesting that the board approve a project budget of $1 million in excess of that philanthropic support because of the construction market. I think we're all well aware of unprecedented times with the cost escalation, so we want to be prudent. We feel we can, if necessary, commit that $1 million of institutional reserves, and in very short order, with the upgrades, they will provide hospitality suites. So we'll be able to secure, reimbursement very quickly. In addition, the project will provide key ADA accessibility upgrades that are very much needed for the facility. So with that, if there are any questions?
Do you have any questions for Danny?
What's the timing, Danny, of construction?
If the board approves, we will move forward with DPW with all immediate haste. We're still fine tuning that schedule to make sure it lines up with the football season. So I should have a better answer, but I think we're still pinning that down to make sure that it doesn't get in the way of our fall sports too much.
I got one. Your president yesterday, previewed the upcoming capital campaign. Will the ICCU gift be sort of one of your lead gift for this upcoming capital campaign?
I would say probably what we launched was a scholarship campaign, really, dedicated to our
right, but on the back side of
scholarships.
that you talked about a broader capital campaign. I mean, that seems like a great lead gift.
That hasn't necessarily been the conversation with ICCU, but we do know that they're one of our, closest philanthropic partners, and we'll continue to work with them as we move closer to that broader capital campaign.
Okay.
I will go to motion, and then if there's any other further questions, Danny can take them or we can take them. Clarity, I'll remove this. I move to approve the request by Idaho State University to proceed with bidding and construction of the Holt Arena renovation and to expend up to $1 million above the amount fundraised for the project.
Second.
Second, thank you, Sean. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Thank you, Danny.
Thanks, Danny.
Are you addressing the next one or we, no, you're not, we're just taking care of it.
I believe President Satterley might join for that. If there are questions.
The next one is a master certificate.
Just like to recognize that Senator Lent has joined us. Thanks for sitting in.
You're welcome. Glad to be here.
So Kevin, I don't think any introduction is necessary. If you just want to tell us what you're asking here, and we'll get on with business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, members of the board. We're asking approval to extend our master services agreement with Mitchell & Palmer for our statewide brand image marketing campaign. As we move into the latest phase of it, right now we are ensuring that we are targeting our marketing and advertising towards prospective students going forward as a student recruitment campaign. As you know, when we chose Mitchell & Palmer originally as our partner to do this, they were at that time operating as the service provider for the Idaho State Lottery and had done work for other higher ed institutions, and we did informal bids. We got 3 proposals and ended up selecting Mitchell & Palmer among those proposals and have used them since. They came in, they helped us with our logo redesign, they've helped us with our ad campaign design, they've done the creative content for the last 3 years. We're very happy with this. This has been well received by our constituents, by our alumni, by our students. It has been a well received statewide campaign. Going forward, we'd like to continue to use them. One of the things that's in here that makes this a size of a contract that has to come to the board is the fact that we're not just paying for their creative content. It's that they buy all of the ad placements. So their expertise buys everything from the billboards to the geofence online ads. Geofencing meaning they are targeting students in certain age groups where these Facebook and social media ads take place. Using them to do that, if we didn't use them, this contract would be much smaller, but then we would have to buy all of that individually. So they get us better pricing and better location, and that's why it seems like a larger contract, because it's the entire ad campaign, not just their creative content. We're very excited about moving into the next phase, especially as it is more and more moving towards that student recruitment. So that's why we're requesting board approval of this.
Questions or comments?
President Sadler, do you have a sense for how much of the spend is focused on recruiting Idaho students versus out of state? Do you have any idea?
Mr. President, members of the board, it is for Idaho students. That's where we are geofencing right now, is Idaho students.
I'll provide a comment, not on this per se, but on just the fact it comes to the board. I've asked Todd to look at the financial boundaries we cross and what comes to the board and what doesn't come to the board. You know, it needs to be constantly looked at in the context of what things cost. So that's just for the board's information.
Makes sense.
I will go to motion. I move to approve the request by Idaho State University to enter into a master marketing and advertising contract with Mitchell & Palmer LLC for an amount not to exceed $1.5 million per year for a 3-year total not to exceed $4.5 million.
Second motion.
Thank you, Dr. Falk. Any discussion of the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion passes. Dave?
All right, back to Danny, I'm guessing. So this is the Eames project, phase 3. Danny.
President Liebig and Hill, members of the board, we are coming back to the board for Eames phase 3, adjusting our financing approval. We did go to bid on this project, and due to the construction market, we saw cost overruns of in excess of just about $1 million. So it does require a board approval to move forward with that escalation. We have developed a plan for funding. We will use $510,000 of College of Technology carry forward, so reserves from revenue generating activities, as well as unspent local funds from scale back operations related to the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, we have worked with our philanthropic partners to allocate future commitments to the project to deal with the overage. And in the interim, the university will use institutional reserves for those purposes, and as those commitments come in, the university will be reimbursed. So the bulk of this project is funded through a U.S. Economic Development Administration grant. So we are leveraging philanthropic support with some institutional funds to make needed improvements and expansions at our Eames complex. With that, I will stand for questions.
Any questions for Danny? Fairly
So,
straightforward.
Dan, have we already broken ground on this, or do we get bids back and the bids came in above
Yep,
the
the bids came back, so we have a certain amount of time to get back and commit to the project, and we've just been pending board approval, and our deadline is coming up. We usually have about 45 days after the bids are opened.
I'll go to motion. I move to approve the request by Idaho State University to proceed with the construction of the Eames Phase 3 for a total cost not to exceed $4,639,335 approximately.
Second.
Debbie, thank you. That's the second. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Danny.
Thank you, Danny. Item number 10. Todd, are you doing this one?
So the University of Idaho has taken the lead on the joint purchasing arrangement between the four-year institutions. Earlier in the year, the board approved the acquisition of the Jagger software. We have been working with the controller's office to make sure that we're all in alignment as we take a look at the Jagger software and the Luma system. But we've worked with Huron, who would be the implementer of the Jagger software. And so the contract that we're asking for approval is to allow Huron to implement the software at the institutions. They'll work to build, to propose an interface that works with Luma so the state can get reporting. And this has been primarily handled at the University of Idaho with their purchasing department and general counsel. So I think they may be available to answer any further questions related to this. Jim, are you there?
Somebody's there.
Is that the U of I that I can
That's the
see?
University of Idaho.
Yeah. Oh, here we
Can you
go.
hear us at the University of Idaho? We can't hear
I think they
you.
can hear.
Get with them.
Okay.
Asking for a moment here.
One moment. Here's President Green.
Yeah.
He just flew in the last minute.
I thought you drive your truck up the stairs.
I'll note we've had a Falcon and a Huron at this point. I'll see where the trend is.
Can you guys hear us now?
There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry, we got a message that said the host was muting us, so it was not on our end, I don't believe.
No worries. Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Generally, is there anything you want to add first? I'm sorry. Anything you want to add to Todd's description? Anything the board should know before we proceed?
No, I think Todd did a good job of describing the issue. It's a pretty standard service agreement that we have with Huron, and then the scope of work that was negotiated by all the parties.
Okay, well then I'll go to motion and pick up any
Can I
questions.
just ask one question?
Sure, go ahead.
So, so to use a football analogy, Huron's going to provide us with the coaches, but we still have to have the players on the field at each institution that can do the heavy lift. And how are we feeling about just the skill sets we have at each institutions and them having the time, given that they probably all have full-time jobs to execute this project?
Jim, would you like?
Yeah, you just have to speak loudly.
Okay, Jim, would you like me to handle that?
Yes, sorry, it looked like you were getting ready to answer, so go ahead, President Green.
Yeah, so, the good thing about Huron is that they do have a lot of implementation skill as well in this and experience in this area. So, at least it's our belief with the University of Idaho that together with that skill, we've got the assets to deploy in this. I think each institution would have to talk about their resources as well. And as you know, 30% of the cost will be divided up between the 3 institutions and then 10% to LCSC. So it's all going to be relative depending on the scope of the work for each institution.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go to motion. I move to approve the request by the University of Idaho to execute the attached contract with Huron Consulting Group and to authorize the University of Idaho Vice President for Finance Administration or designee to execute the necessary contractual documents in substantial conformity to the documents attached to this motion.
Second.
Thank you, Debbie. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you.
All right, and our last item on our agenda is the Ellucian, I believe I'm saying that correctly, renewal agreement, which is the ERP software at the University of Idaho. Todd, or are you speaking to this?
I can. I believe there are also folks from the University of Idaho here, but I would just put this in context of as the ERP have been reviewed at the institutions. Boise State and Lewis Clark State College have both in the last year had approval from the board for a 5-year agreement to move them along in the meantime until we're able to come to what we're calling ERP convergence. This is the University of Idaho's time for their renewal. They've also taken on that time frame to be able to move toward that ERP convergence. So all of this is being done to maintain their systems, but in the spirit of accomplishing that ERP convergence eventually within the same time frame.
Yeah, I think that's fair. This is Banner, which we went to the cloud with just a year ago, so it's important that we continue to invest in and maintain that. Also, I think Lee covers our the payment system that we also use. So we'll be using that the next 5 years. With the idea is that we would converge with the system when we're ready to do so.
Is there can I ask one question? Is there one clear winner? Like if you look across, every institution has its own ERP and you're all living with what you had, right? Because it's a huge project to change it. But if you sort of look across the landscape, is there one institution where you look at it and say, geez, I wish I had that one? Or are they all pretty similar from a functionality standpoint?
Well, they're different, but what's clear is that education has specific needs. And so Banner has an awful lot of market share there, but other institutions are moving to Oracle as well. I think BSU is on Oracle. So we'll have a decision to make there. But we just can't use any enterprise software because education does have unique issues associated with it.
Scott, I believe.
Is the answer then going to be some sort of a combination of build and buy as we look over the next 5 years?
Well, that's beyond my pay grade. I do know it'll cost about.
Because I think it changes I think it's important because it changes the roadmap. If we're gonna, I think Kurt, to where you're going, if you're not taking something ERP off the shelf or it's going to have to be customizable ERP for the different needs of the institution, then as you're looking at system convergence, it's going to change your roadmap for even how the universities orient their personnel to make that change. I think, Kurt, that's where you're going.
Right. I can't imagine a world where we would build, but regardless of what system we use, we're going to have to customize, right? So you're going to have some kind of skill set there. And it's going to be a big number. And that's another thing we're debating, who could pay for this? And I think we're all aware that that's probably going to be in excess of $100 million to converge all of our systems.
So Bill, from a board perspective, what we're trying to do is, first of all, put a flag out at 2026 and not approve the legacy systems beyond that point. What convergence means beyond that is unclear at this point. We do know that, as Scott says, that higher education has very specific needs, but we also know that providers are working to provide integrated student information systems and ERP, a more holistic solution. We don't know at what point the maturity of that will be at 2026. We don't know whether convergence means the same product but different instances at different places with different local functionality. That's for the future board. Oh, that's you to figure out.
Right. Well, I mean, all ERP, whether it's higher ed or anything else, it's being modularized that way. I mean, none of it's build anymore to that point.
Right.
President Green anymore. But it is, you can take any ERP off the shelf and you're going to have a fair amount of build related to it. And so, I just want to make sure that, and Todd and you guys, are thinking about that there's a robust discussion around. It's going to take a couple of years of prep just to have the institutions from a personnel standpoint ready to even have that discussion.
Yeah, good point.
And thank you, Member Gilbert. And we did receive some funding this year through the State Controller's Office fund to be able to start some work around this. We received the money for the e-procurement system, but there was also money to begin doing some research on this. None of that work has been done up to this point, but we do have $500,000 in funding this year. And the legislature did indicate that they'd be interested in potentially funding it more down the road. So we know we have some work to do around that, and to try to build that roadmap, we need someone who's going to bring all of the institutions together to have those conversations and provide that guidance.
And I should note that that 500,000 that was appropriated is continuously appropriated, so we don't have to try to expend it this year.
Yeah. So let's see, at 100 million, that's only 200 years.
And Chairman and Board Member Gilbert, this is Chet Herbst again. I just want to let you know that we're working those issues. We met again with all of the chief information officers. Together we prepared, I'll call it a white paper on ERP convergence considerations, looking at the whole gamut of issues. And that includes not just the financial and the human resources piece, but student systems, which are still coming down the peak, and on how we might converge towards a system. And I'll be meeting with the systemness subcommittee and coming back to the board with some analysis and recommendations on how we might go in the future. But it's a big lift, it's a big price tag. If you do it wrong, and you want to make sure it supports your overall strategy of getting more students through the pipeline.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is an area, I think I commented on this before. This is one where looking outside the state of Idaho and learning lessons from others, I think is going to be pretty important, because others have embarked on this journey with both success and incredible failure. And I think we want to do the former, not the latter. So
I will go to motion.
Yep, go.
I move to approve the request by the University of Idaho to execute the attached contracts with Lucian and to authorize the University of Idaho Vice President for Finance Administration or designee to execute the necessary contractual documents in substantial conformity to attachments 1 and 2.
Second.
I think Sean jumped in there. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our agenda with 1 hour, 5 minutes.
Pretty darn good. You made your goal of going more quickly to Dr. Clark. You had a 12:15 timeline.
If you hadn't started discussing ERPs, we would have been done and dusted.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll take the blame. All right, so here's what I would recommend. Let's take a recess for 30 minutes, grab a sandwich, and reconvene at 10 of 1. Does that work?
Fine.
Thank you. We're good? Hey, Bill, you can hear us? You good? All right. So we have a forum. Let's get going. We're missing, sorry, I was filing.
No comment.
I was stuck on another issue. Matt's dealing with it. He should join us shortly. But we do have a quorum. So I will turn it over to our URSA chair.
All right. We'll start with the Graduate Medical Education Committee's annual report, and Todd Kilburn is going to go through that with us. And this is not an action item, it's an informational item.
Hey, before you start, can somebody change the screen so I can see you guys? I don't know. I'm just seeing an ISU logo. Please.
Yes, we sure can. I say that not having the
You can see
controls,
our little
but
pinheads.
Florence, are you the master of
No,
that?
I've got it.
Oh, Scott. On its way, Bill.
Thanks. Go ahead. Sorry.
So I'll just go ahead and get things started. The Graduate Medical Education Committee is expected to give an annual report, as is the University of Utah. Their report is in here as well. I'll just try and hit some of the highlights. We didn't ask any of the Graduate Medical Education Committee members to come all the way here for roughly a 5-minute presentation. But just so that you have some of the highlights within their report. We're in the 4th year of the 10-year plan that's been established, which calls eventually for 21 graduate medical education residency programs. In the last year, it was slowed a little bit because of budget reductions, although while everyone else suffered a 5% cut, the governor actually included $900,000 additional to try to help keep moving the program forward. As they look at fiscal year 23, they're also dealing with that 3.1% cap. And so they had to reduce the number of new residencies to 14. And rather than working with $60,000 per residency, they settled on about $52,000 per residency, just to try to get as many residencies as possible and to try to keep things moving forward. There are some reports in here. If you'd like more information, I would probably have to go back and get some of that for you, but there are in attachment scoring 5, you will see the locations of where all the current medical education programs are. They have metrics. They're doing quite well along the metrics that they were hoping to achieve. And so you will find that in attachment 6. And they're also working to try to expand in the years ahead. They're looking next at a psychiatry residency in Idaho Falls, a pediatrics residency in Boise, and a rural training track residency in Nampa. So the committee meets quarterly. I meet with the Graduate Medical Education Committee itself on a regular basis. They've done a great job managing these different residencies, trying to stay on track, working together with all the collective team around the state. There's about 20 members on the committee, and just trying to keep the work going to try to make sure that we move this forward. I staff this committee because primarily it's not board staff need to provide guidance on budget, and so that's why I'm the staff to this as opposed to TJ. And so I will stand for any questions and answer them if I can. I can probably answer it with I don't know in many options, but I will get you the information.
That's an acceptable answer. Questions for Todd or in general about the report?
I think I asked this last year, you may not know the answer, but just what's our track record in keeping these folks in Idaho after they get through the residency program?
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah,
It's far better than surrounding states that have their own medical schools, actually.
I think it's in the 60.
We actually exceed that. That's been historically accurate, and it's been getting even better, Kurt. The reality is this does a phenomenal job of keeping our medical students in the state and practicing.
We have our expert on the phone. Bill's got experience in this.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I've watched this program for a long time, and one of my best friends is one of the people who helps run this program. And they do a phenomenal job.
Hey, Bill, maybe just for the benefit of the full board here, but also the public, just your background in sort of a healthcare space and
Yeah, but that's not where this comes from. But yeah, I do know the Lukes folks involved, Dr. Hill and others, and But I will tell you outside of that, just historically, this program has been incredibly successful for mostly rural state like Idaho.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
All right, again, informational item, so no action required. Moving on then to item number 2, it's the semi-annual report of our approved programs. You may or may not remember, and it'll be new for Bill, but in policy 3G, Matt has the delegated authority to approve certain programs that are academic and career technical programs. And then he comes to us to tell us what it is. Well, he doesn't come, but in the report, it says what he's approved in the, that 6-month time period. That way, it still ensures that the board has accountability and oversight of the programs that are offered at our institutions. This was fully discussed at the URSA meeting 2 weeks ago. TJ is joining us, so if there are specific highlights or takeaways from that for the full board, we are going to get into other programming and degree offerings here next with the 3-year program plan. But if there's something specific you'd like to know about the last 6 months where Matt's been concerned, TJ, maybe just a highlight of that.
Yes, President Liebig and Madam Chair, for the record, my name is TJ Bliss. I'm the Chief Academic Officer at the Office of the State Board of Education. I think the only highlight to make here is you'll notice the effect of the pandemic in this report, especially on the first graph in this report. You'll see a huge number of modifications. Those are primarily courses moving to online delivery. That's reflected there. There are other trends in the report as well that I think are interesting. We're looking at had a large number of undergraduate certificates approved in fiscal year 1920, and then you see those dropping off in the last 6 months. Also, because of the pandemic, institutions put on pause a lot of their programming efforts as they dealt with the pandemic. So you may see that trend continue upward like it was for the past 4 years in terms of undergraduate certificates meeting workforce and career needs. And then we've also included in this report for your information and for context, all the programs that have been approved by the full board. So there is a graph, the very last graph on page 11 is not the programs approved by the executive director, but actually by the full board. So you have a sense of what's coming to the full board and what those trends look like over the last 5 years, as well as those that are going just to the executive directors. So I think those are the points that I would highlight. And you have a full list of every program and program change that's happened in the last 6 months in this report.
Anything specific? Or
it's probably too early to tell, but do we think all these online ads that you mentioned, do we think those will continue and they'll now offer in-person and online, or do you think we'll start seeing a lot of discontinuances of programs that just go back to pure brick and mortar, or is it too early to tell?
President Liebig, I think that I don't know that we'll see discontinuation. I think once a program has been transitioned to have an online component, there's great benefit in that. So I would imagine we're not going to see any institutions saying we're not going to do online anymore. And I'm not even certain. I would have to check and see if they would even need to tell us that. But I imagine we're going to see more and more courses find that online option because it makes us more resilient. And I think our institutions have learned that if an instructor can toggle between online and face-to-face, that they're better prepared for the eventuality, which is now something that people think is real and feel is real could happen. It allows them to do that. And I think with Online Idaho being a place where they can provision those courses and attract students, that I think we'll see more and more of the online modality, a combination of those courses.
I have a motion. I move to accept the semi-annual report of approved program requests as presented in attachment 1.
Second the motion.
Thank you, Dave. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion passes. 3-year program plans.
Okay, so as we know, every year the institutions bring their 3-year program plans to us. It gives us an indication of of what they're looking at, how they're being responsive, particularly to industry demands. And I think this year, there are some notable highlights that I'd like to call your attention to in the plans. Of course, you can go through and look through institution by institution, but one of the things that has been an expectation from us as a board is for our institutions to look to see what's in their communities, what are their industries needing, what are students looking for. And I want to call attention to a couple. One example, I think there's a food truck management associate's degree that's on the docket being planned by North Idaho College, and that's in response to the explosion of the food truck market in the north. And so I think the food truck market is exploding all over, to be honest. You see them everywhere. But again, I wanted to call attention to one example. Now, seeing something on the 3-year plan we're not approving the program. What we're looking at is saying this is what they're looking at, what they anticipate, what they're trying to build out. Things may change, fall off, be adapted, and then it will go through the process to come back to us. But again, it gives us an indication of where the institutions are going and how they're meeting the needs of their students and their communities. 2 things I want to, and there is a motion on this before we go into questions, draw attention to. There were some concerns and something that as a board we've talked about. I don't know that, well, we haven't acted, but we've talked about it from time to time. We have institutions, our 2-year colleges that are looking at having online or in-person RN to BSN degrees, and we want to be efficient. We don't want to be duplicative, and yet we also hear from communities outside of our 4-year institutions that we're in a severe healthcare shortage for providers and support and that type of thing. Dave and Kurt and I are on the IRSA committee, and we had a great conversation, lengthy conversation with our provost and with others and TJ and Jonathan. And our conclusion was that we would like to see all of our institutions to get together and develop a strategic plan whereby we're satisfying needs and not put the board in a position of you can, you can't. Because that's a tough position for us that are not in the communities that need them. We are sympathetic to the institutions who are hearing from their local hospitals and health providers about the shortage. We have an interest in our system approach and being efficient with the limited resources and dollars that we have. And so this isn't kicking the can down the road. It's an attempt to let the people that are working in it develop the plan, the recommendation, a strategy. How are we going to satisfy both of these sides of the coin? And then let the board discuss that rather than us figure out how to work through the details of solving a complex question. So that you will see come back. That was raised during the 3-year discussion. And then a second concern was raised regarding the University of Idaho's proposed plan to offer associates of applied science degrees like forest harvesting technology, wildland fire technology, and nursing technology. And so just
nursery.
What was that?
Nursery.
Nursery.
Not nursing.
I had nursing on the brain. Thank you. Nursery.
It's an important distinction.
Yes, indeed it is. Yes, it is. Thank you. And so we've got board policy relative to career technical education, and we're going to invoke the famous 3Z. And so what we're going to do that same type of thing where we look to Clay Long and his division to work with the U of I to develop a plan, a recommendation that can come back to the board for us to look. We're not trying to squash what people need to have done and what needs to come forward, but how do we satisfy the need with what the policy is, with the efficiency of not being having duplication and having specific assignments within the system. Sean, you look questioning. I can't see your mouth, but your eyebrows are saying I have a question.
I have a conflict of interest.
Okay.
Because of my day job and work with associated logging contractors that I would, so I have a parochial interest. I think it's a good plan. given the University of Idaho's dominance in College of Natural Resources, and that they have the University of Idaho forest there, and then the needs of the industry. But I do understand the committee members' perspective.
We want to have a solution. I guess that's the takeaway, is that we're not saying URSA hasn't, and we're not bringing it to the board to put you in a yes or no position. What we're saying is we recognize there's a conflict, let's find a solution, and then have it come back here so that we can let the people closely involved to get that resolved. TJ, what have I missed before we go to motion on the 3-year plan?
Madam Chair, I think you've covered everything that we wanted to highlight.
Okay. So I don't know if there's specific questions. I can go to motion. President.
Do you want to be specific? So like it may be an example on the nursing question. So
Nursing
or nursery? Well, they're both. Maybe just give a specific example. Or 2 years, we had 2 years institutions that wanted to expand off
To
of
have
that,
a 4-year.
have a 4-year degree, which is demand driven, right? And it's I get the pressure because of the huge nursing demand across the state, but we want to avoid redundancy, right?
We dealt with it with education.
Yeah, education's the same issue.
And I think there's something else I think that will be important for us to sort through, us is in that let the team working on it sort through before it comes to us. We have heard conflicting stories from every hospital is going to be in a position that they're only going to hire X. And so every nursing student in the state needs to be trained for this by this timeline in this way. And then we've also heard some backing off of that. And so rather than us be in a position to work through, well, we've heard this or this institution can do, we would like them to address it in a way that will come back and then we can look at a recommendation.
And the other key thing you asked them to do was to bring industry to the table. Let's actually get our large healthcare providers at the table so we're hearing the same thing from all of them. What do you exactly need?
Right.
From a,
yeah, that's been a huge disconnect. Again, that's added to the confusion of, well, we've heard this and we're trying to plan for something. Do those things match up?
I think this is a place where our system efforts have to be considered too. Is it more logical for each institution to have a full-blown program or to have the sharing and students able to move from one to another? It's a
Cynthia coming in. I just lost my train of thought. Oh, I was just going to say, as she's sitting down, that this has been a conversation for several years. We know that there has been a nursing shortage, but it has just been amplified over the last year for the obvious reasons. And so it's made it more, it's put it even further to the front burner. So President Pemberton.
Thank you. Member Creel, if I could just make one comment to add to that conversation. I'm sure URSA has been considering this. 2 pieces of information. One, as you know, just last year, effective only in the coming year, is the additional money that will streamline and facilitate pipelines between 2-year and 4-year nursing programs across the state. And in particular, not only allow seamless transfer, but basically allow for the online opportunities, which then are not regionally delimited, to be more readily accessible and pathwayed across the entire state. So while yes, there is an unmet need, the reality is the state has put in place a mechanism to try to address that, at least in part, and I suggest that we need to give it a bit of time to have that actually happen. The other piece of the puzzle, as my nursing faculty, nursing division chair, and the dean of that college repeatedly remind me, the delimiting factor on how many nurses one can produce is not necessarily the capacity of programs, it's the ability to place clinicals. And if we have additional clinical placement sites competing for the same limited resources, it doesn't mean we can increase production of nurses. I guess that's the bottom line. We're limited by how much we can do with regard to the clinical placements. And as you're aware, at LC State, we have maximized the use of some of the incoming money that we do have with the new $400,000 that was appropriated last year to increase STEM lab capacity. The reason for doing that is because then we can go to the very limit, the maximum that it's possible for accreditation standards to be able to have, quote, clinical learning going on in a simulation setting, which takes pressure off of the limited sites available for actual placements, which then means that theoretically we could have more people in the pipeline to produce more nursing graduates. And again, that's something that is only just now being put into place. So I'm sure Board Member Critchfield, that Ursa has discussed that in full, but I felt like I wanted to make sure and bring that to the front of everyone's attention in this conversation.
Thank you. And because of what you just explained, and because we've had all of this, Dave, Kurt, and I did not feel like we were in a position then to come and say, this is what we think you should do. The more we talked about it, the deeper into it we got, and it became more complex than even what we thought. And so we said, we are not the experts, and we don't want to be at a micromanaging level of making a decision of how to satisfy all of these needs. So let's have we're gonna not lock you in a room, but figuratively lock everybody in a room. And
Might be a good idea.
and have folks with industry in there. This is what is needed in our state. How do we then, I guess, backwards engineer to what it is that we need, rather than here are all the programs that we're offering and we hope it matches what the needs are. And I'm confident that we are doing that to a degree, but when because of our current environment with our communities, you put CSI in the Magic Valley, and their St. Luke's is saying, hey, we got to have some more of these types of nurses. And we want to make sure that we're responsive, but we're also honoring where we want to be with the efficiency of the system. So stay tuned, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, let me find the motion here.
Thanks, President Pemberton.
Sorry. I move to approve the 3-year program plan as submitted in attachment 1.
Is there a second? Dr. Clark, thank you. Any discussion of the motion?
So
Yes, Sean?
just, I guess, a question. So I need to better understand the time frame that you see these discussions going on, whether it's nursing or nursery.
Soon. That's not a really great answer. It's not a great answer. But we charged these groups in Ursa a couple weeks ago, and maybe TJ, you're in a position to respond to that better than I am, because we just said go forth and get it done. What are you looking at?
Madam Chair, President Critchfield, or President Levick, we are actively seeking from the institutions who they want to be part of this conversation on their end, as well as the names and contact information for the community medical leaders, nursing leaders. So we've given them until tomorrow to let us know who those people are. So early next week, we can start scheduling a first set of meetings. We did have a meeting with some of this group in December of last year, but it was pretty quickly organized. And so we want to make sure we get everybody in the room. So I anticipate a meeting in September, the first meeting of this group in September, locking them in a Zoom room, and then maybe a follow on to that, hopefully if we need it. But we're going to prioritize that conversation this fall. On the U of I applied associate degrees, that'll be resolved within a week or two, I think.
Thank you.
We'll get a firm date on, I think that it's wise to have a deadline as to when, because we struggled to even move on from the conversation because we kept getting kind of on these side roads. So we'll get back with you on.
Right, I appreciate that. If it was open-ended, I'd be really worried.
Yeah,
If it's
agreed. And
couple
certainly
months,
how I
that's
explained it made it appear that way, but we don't want that. So.
Thank you.
And when you say, TJ, resolving the nursery issue with some of the, in a couple of weeks, is there any board action required there? Or how do you see that? Who's the decision maker in that process? Or how does that get resolved?
President Levick, I think it's a policy misunderstanding. So we'll get that sorted out and figure out a plan going forward for how you'd like it move forward with ensuring students get that education under the current structure of our policies and where career technical education sits. If the question becomes whether or not the U of I should start offering career technical education, that is a very large conversation and a very large shift, historical shift. I don't think that's where this conversation is going. So we'll have more information on that, I think, by the end of next week.
Okay.
Any additional questions or comments on the motion?
Clay's online.
I'm sorry.
Clay just popped on the screen there.
Oh, hey, Clay.
Good
Are you listening to the conversation or are you just?
I am. I just want to let everyone know my team's meeting with U of I on Tuesday afternoon to have discussion on their specific items. So as a date, just so you guys know, that's when our follow-up is scheduled.
Okay.
There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sean, does that answer your?
Yes, thank you very much.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? All right.
Okay, moving
Motion
along then, thank you, to policy 3N. As you're aware, policy 3N directs the faculty discipline groups that represent all of the institutions to meet once a year. And as they came together and went through their process, which includes a review and revision of 6 of the GYM competencies. And that's what's in this updated policy. So the proposed amendments are a result of the work. And I guess to simplify how to say it, it streamlines and clarifies the GYM competencies, helping to make things a little easier for students. I shouldn't say easier, but more efficient and appropriate. That's probably a better word. Again, discussed with URSA. The URSA committee didn't see any issues with these, but should there be questions, we've got TJ on standby.
And this is a first reading.
Thank you. This is a first reading.
Any questions for TJ? Can you find the motion?
I can. Thank you. I move to approve the first reading of proposed amendments to Board Policy 3N, statewide general education as submitted in attachment 1.
Thank you. There's a second, Dave. Thank you. Any discussion of the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes.
All right, moving along then to policy 3G, and I'm going to include 3H in this, and you'll get a refresher as to why. This is our second reading, and TJ can go through it. TJ, there weren't any comments coming back after as far as the difference between first and second. That's just occurred to me. We had.
Madam Chair, yeah, there were changes between the first and second reading. They're highlighted in the cover page.
Oh, that's right. Yes, thank you. Okay, so between the two, there were some amendments that were made. Thank you. And so probably the most significant is a new paragraph that clarifies the specific review process for micro certifications. And then other changes were technical changes. As a reminder, these changes help create a new level of review for including short program proposals for certain requests from the institutions. And then just because it'll be a second motion, but due to the amendments of 3G, 3G, 3H becomes unnecessary. So that's always a good thing when you're updating one and can remove another. So we need to repeal that one.
TJ, who drove the changes between the first reading and the second reading that come from CAP, or where were those edits? Where did those edits originate?
President Levick, those originated primarily with discussions with the technical college deans and career technical education. So Clay and his team identifying certain differences they would like to have between how we review academic programs and how they review career technical programs. And particularly the biggest change was they have a specific process for reviewing micro certifications that falls within the software that they use for cataloging those micro certifications. And so we wanted to make sure that was specified in the policy to avoid confusion with the institutions. We'll also be producing, for the board's interest, guides and helps for the institutions to navigate this pretty large, unwieldy policy at times, to help staff there know what they need to be submitting, increase efficiency, and hopefully, reduce time and cost in doing these important changes and ensuring the board has oversight and accountability of the programs that our institutions are offering and changing.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, and again, I have two motions, so I'll start with 3G. I move to approve the second reading of proposed amendments to Board Policy 3G, Program Approval and Discontinuance as submitted in Attachment 1.
Second, Dr. Clark, thank you. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion passes. A second?
Yes, thank you. I move to approve the second reading of Board Policy 3H, Program Review, repealing the policy in its entirety as submitted in Attachment 3.
Second the motion.
I love repealing policies. The motion and then a second. Any discussion of the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion passes.
All right, our next item is we'll wait for President Trump to come into the room. And it's the Issues Institute for Advancing American Values. This is something that, unless she's in here, I missed it. No, I think she's coming in. Maybe.
She's right here.
Oh, there she is. This is something we've been hearing about for some time, and I think it's at a point of many moving parts coming together. And with that, President Trump, welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We're so delighted to be here to talk to you about this today. I'm going to turn the floor over to Zainab Hanson to give an initial introduction.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President and board members. I will briefly introduce this proposal, and then President Trump and I can respond and stand for questions and more information. Boise State University proposes the creation of a new institute for advancing American values. The Institute for Advancing American Values encourages conversation between opposing viewpoints to spur engagement, understanding, and human connection. Institute activities will include public events to encourage dialogue about central issues facing Idaho and the nation, research and projects that approach complex and contested issues through the prism of American values and evidence-based research. And finally, some educational programming supporting the development of new courses across the disciplines that chart how the values of freedom and opportunity have shaped the triumphs and challenges of American life and history. Through these commitments, the Institute will inspire us to talk and listen to each other respectfully about the issues and values that have shaped America and Americans from all walks of life. And with that, I'll turn it over to President Trump.
Thank you, Zainab. Madam Chairwoman, Mr. President, members of the board. This grew out of programming we did last year, Conviction and Conversation in Contested Times, that was designed to bring people into dialogue and to honor the deep convictions that they had, but to support them engaging with one another and to really model and demonstrate that it's possible, even when people strongly disagree, to be in rich dialogue with each other and for real learning to take place. And we really believe that universities are places where these sorts of conversations should take place. And so we're very proud to be bringing this institute forward to you.
This is an action item, and I only mention that to say that if there are specific questions where, as we're going to be approving the creation of the Institute, this would be the time to do that.
These conversations are certainly needed. I think I would just encourage you to, we need to be, I think, very thoughtful in terms of the topics we choose to address as we come out of the gates, and ensure that the diversity around those topics is what we're looking for. Because I do think role modeling these types of discussions is really important in these times. Yes.
I would just add, I think the issue of civil discourse around complex issues is widely important in our society right now. So kudos to you for wanting to establish an institute that will foster that.
President Trump, from a fiscal perspective, you have the gift in hand for the 100,000 support annually for 10 years.
Yes, we do. We have an initial gift totaling $1 million. And we're also working with and in dialogue with a number of philanthropic foundations as well, because there's such national interest in this work. And so that's not going to be the only place that we stop. And we've also had a number of our local donors express some real interest in it. And I think they're excited to see the plans unfold and see the Institute actually established before making their gifts.
Thank you.
Is the Frank Church Institute a model? I mean, is that a good model as I think about this? It's just a different type of dialogue, or how do I, I'm just trying to put my head around what this grows in, potentially could grow into.
What we see is that the efforts of a number of different organizations, so an institute is a university-wide effort, and a center might be housed in a college or in a unit. An institute is a university-wide effort, and what we see is partnership being possible with a number of, like the Andrus Center, the Frank Church Institute, and rather than doing lectures like Frank Church often does, even though those are very engaging because people have a dialogue and Q&A afterwards, we really want to bring people into dialogue with each other as the heart of the event. So there will be lectures, but we see that dialogue and not just conversation, but also listening is really critical to what happens. So it's partly about shifting the model and partly about thinking about how people understand and articulate American values as being really the center of it.
And you see it being open to outside the Boise State community? I mean, it will be.
Absolutely. In fact, I've had interest from across the country. A number of institutions have reached out to ask us about our efforts about this, because I think college campuses are hungry to find ways to demonstrate that this is really at the heart of what we do. That conversation is really critical, and it's not about lifting up only one set of voices over another. It's about really being the space where that conversation takes place. So we see it as a national model.
Thank you.
Ready?
I'm ready, yeah. Thank you.
I move to approve the request by Boise State University to create an institute for advancing American values.
Second motion.
Thank you, Dr. Carr. Any discussion of the motion or questions for Dr. Carr? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I can't wait so when's the first event?
We hope in October.
October this year, great, thank you.
Thank you.
The final URSA item is an informational item, and it's our program prioritization 5-year reports. It's interesting that at least for me, when I see that now, I don't want to say ho-hum because it's so much work, but it has become so embedded in what we do that I don't know that we champion and celebrate it when this first came about. And it seems a little full circle. Dave and I, our first meeting was on this campus at this month. And this was what was the topic. This was what the board at the time was working through, and ISU was the last of the institutions to go through a very significant overhaul and review of how they wanted to have tangible objectives. And this is across the system, but with a focus on specific evaluation criteria, and rather than just making cuts and, kind of doing whatever. And so when you look through that, I guess it is informational, and the presidents aren't going to come in one by one. President Satterley did his yesterday, and then throughout the year, the presidents, whether virtually or on campus, will go through their individual approaches to this. But I just wanted to call attention that I think it's a real accomplishment for this board to look at this like, yeah, this is just what we do now. And it's been a heavy lift, and it was a great idea that I can't claim it was here when I got here, but it's really been refined over the years. And want to recognize our presidents for their work, their teams, and Patty. involvement in this has been huge, and of course, TJ and Jonathan. So if there's any specific questions, we can address that. But other than that, there's no action required.
Yeah, Matt, just a comment. I just want to echo what Debbie said. This is not ho-hum. I mean, this is a huge effort that each campus undertakes, and it is embedded in their processes now. But every single year during legislative session, I get questions about where we're at in program prioritization, and to be able to tout that we do this is part of our culture, that we are constantly analyzing our academic program offerings and making sure that we're prioritizing our investment. That's really important, and legislators appreciate knowing that. And so, yeah, don't underestimate the value of this, politically and otherwise.
Are the reports due annually? I mean, do we do it every year? Is there, it is, and do we feel that's the right cadence, or now that, as you say, that it's embedded in sort of the DNA of the institutions, at least from a board perspective, is there any benefit to maybe staggering them, or do you think the annual cadence is the right?
Well, I guess Matt or TJ. Matt, you want to start?
Yeah, just to clarify, so the actual effort to do a comprehensive review is every 5 years. What they report on is included in the president's annual report. So just like Kevin touched on yesterday, they'll speak to it, but they're not actually going through a comprehensive program prioritization every year.
Are we compiling, given the importance of this and that it's become, a strategic but routine operation, and it's something that we can demonstrate to stakeholders, both the legislature and the taxpayers of Idaho. It seems to me that the board should be, if we're not consolidating a single report across institutions of the impact of all of the program prioritizations that have occurred, so that if somebody was to look at that, you could easily give it to them and not say, okay, well, you can go through each of these 4 or more reports. Are we doing that?
Well,
you're thinking like just a one pager with the kind of high level.
Yeah, I mean, this is something you ought to be able to, the board, if it's that strategic, and it is, I think, for many reasons, but not the least of which is demonstrating responsibility and responsiveness, but politically and otherwise, that with the board ought to be able to give, whether it's a legislator or an individual stakeholder.
It shouldn't be, I'm saying this as the one who won't put it together, but it shouldn't be too difficult to do it, because we track all of this.
Exactly.
We track what falls off and what's, yeah, I mean, and that's part of the 3-year program approval plan, is to see what's coming, what's going to drop off when, and what they want to bring on. And so I think it's just a matter of how we would want it presented and what we would want to draw attention to.
TJ, do you have any thoughts on this?
Yes. So for more clarification and context, the presidents provide, as part of their annual report, updates on their program prioritization efforts. And every 5 years, they provide this report that you see. They go through the effort, as Matt explained, to do the analysis, and then they provide this extensive report. I think all of them are 60 or so pages, that they're going to provide updates on over the next 5 years, because there are plans in there. They need to make decisions about programs in those bottom quintiles and so forth and so on. So just to provide that clarification, you won't get a report like this every year. But in terms of a roll-up, a summary, a meta-analysis across these 5-year reports, I think that's a good idea, and that's something that our office could do. And then I think we need to think more about how to do that on an ongoing basis with those annual reports that come to the board, each board meeting where the presidents give their reports and talk about this. We also see data come through when we have a new program that's proposed, or a program being proposed for discontinuation, and we ask a question on our proposal forms about whether or not these programs were on their program prioritization or on their 3-year plan, or was this discontinuation the result of program prioritization. So I think the data is there. think we can put it together, and I think it's a good idea. So we
I
can
mean,
take action.
for what it's worth, I've got all 4 of them open in front of me, and I'm looking at the latest ones, and I could do a drag and drop inside of 30 minutes and have this in a. They would at least give you, hey, look, maybe not a total historical, view, but if this is becoming strategic but rote, here are the incremental improvements to demonstrate that. I think that's powerful.
Great idea.
It's absolutely a great idea. Add it to your list, TJ.
Yeah. Got that, Matt?
Good thing you've got
I
a
do.
long notebook.
Yeah. Well, I think, yeah, particularly, and we have Senator Len here, but, particularly as we tell the education story to the legislature, having these things summarized so people can really understand where we're making progress and, and both higher ed and K-12, I think is really beneficial to tell them the broader story. Because if we don't tell the story, someone will tell it for us, perhaps not with the same outline of talking points. So.
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
You win.
Tried to get through. Thanks, TJ, for all the help.
Yeah, well, I think that concludes our agenda, right? Nothing else on the agenda. So we open the meeting by welcoming Bill to the board. We're going to close the meeting by thanking Debbie for 7 years.
7 years.
And you said you started, the first meeting was here 7 years ago.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, so you've come full circle.
Yes.
And I want to thank you for your service. And
thank you.
Particularly last year when you were president, which will probably go down as the toughest year to be president in state board history, leading 32 meetings and everything you did for the pandemic. So certainly thank you for that. And we, on behalf of the board, wish you all the best.
Thank you.
In your future endeavors, and hopefully we'll stay in touch.
But
I'll give you the last word. Any final comments? I'll even give you the gavel if you want to
break more toffee.
Yeah.
No, I appreciated it. What a wonderful experience and journey it's been for me. It's been satisfying. I've grown personally and professionally and learned so much from all of you. I feel like I'm a better person because of my association with you and with the state. And we've got a wonderful state and so many positive, wonderful things happening. And it's just been thoroughly satisfying. So thank you. Thank you all.
Yep, and so just for the public's benefit, Debbie will be stepping off the board at the end of this meeting. We have, as you probably saw, the governor has appointed 2 individuals to the board, Callie Grindstaff Roach and Cindy Sidaway, who will be joining our board at the next meeting. And Matt, you and your team will have quite a bit of work to do to get them oriented prior to that meeting. And the executive committee will work, Dave and Linda and I will work to make committee assignments to try to get the board structured here as we move forward. So that's all I had. Matt, did you have any?
Oh, just really quick. I wanted to express my thanks to Debbie as well. I hope those 7 years weren't dog years for you. And you've just been exceptionally supportive of me and my staff, and we're very appreciative of that. You're always very gracious, and so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Any further comments? All right, with that, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
To adjourn.
Oh, Mo, I need a motion to adjourn.
I just made it.
You did. All right, do I get a second? Thank you, Sean. We don't need a vote, do we? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We're adjourned.
Bye.